certainly mid-afternoon yesterday, and that will be their priority. And for Glamorgan, well, it's going to be a long day unless they make early breakthroughs on this very, very placid Hove pitch.
Yeah, Matthew Maynard saying that they'd have to bowl Sussex out by mid-afternoon to have any chance, as Salter bowls something of a loosener down leg side. It's turned away by Orr, and the scoring is underway for the day as he goes on to 186 not out, 313 without loss. It will be going up the list, no doubt, of Sussex opening stands. Got some way to go to beat their opening stand of all time, which is in the 490s, as Salter bowls, and it's just turned away neatly by Haynes in a similar shot for a single. So Glamorgan have to try and find some life from the pitch somewhere. There will be a new ball late in the morning session, but they'll need wickets before then, and Salter's been plugging away gamely. This is 18th over, 0 for 56. He's been less expensive than some of the other bowlers. Oh, they'll take a quick single here to mid-off, and Orr and Haynes hustling through for that one, just to the right-hand side of Patel, who's left arm thrower, so couldn't quite get his throw in quickly enough. Single to Orr. Haynes back on strike. Salter is in with just one slip, and again he's milked away gently on the leg side for a single, and Glamorgan might have to stick an extra fielder in that area, because there have been 3 out of the 4 balls so far have been just turned on the leg side for a single. 316 for naught. Salter in to bowl to Orr. Again, Salter hasn't quite got his line right in this first over, and it is another single down to backwards square. Sound like a stuck record at the moment. Or a glitching file, I suppose one ought to say these days. Salter into bowl to Haynes. Oh, he's beaten him there as Haynes props forward. The ball trickles out off the top of the pad on the offside. 5 off the first over. Sussex 317 without loss, and the lead is 42.
Yes, that last ball turned. It probably hit a rough spot, and that's what Salter should be aiming for every ball. As you say, Nick, he was offline for the first 4 or 5 deliveries, but if he could hit that with the ball going away from the left-hander, he might gain some success. And for the first time, we're going to see Patel bowling from the far end. Hasn't bowled there, and he was severely dealt with, especially by Orr in the early part and the middle part of the innings, who kept launching him. He had 3 in succession at one stage.
Yes, so big blows. I was out in the stands way to our left, and they went soaring way over our head into the car park. But bowling from the Cromwell Road end now, so they've reversed ends from yesterday.
Yeah. Just trying everything they can, otherwise it's going to be a long, tedious day for the Glamorgan bowlers. Alistair Orr, then, he is on 165. 88. As the first ball comes, and this is pushed gently up to long on, where the tall figure of Michael Hogan fields.
Yeah, 165 as the ball's faced.
I think they might work on this scoreboard.
Yeah, I think we've made the point. I think they've probably got our drift there.
Well, here's an attacking field for the other batsman, Tom Haynes. There's a slip and a short leg. Keeper standing up as he comes in from the Cromwell Road end and bowls, and Haynes is forward, gently pushes it to cover where it's fielded there and returned.
Yeah, Haynes less attacking, but still a decent strike range, around 76.
In comes the next delivery, and he's covered up there by Haynes, who moves across to outside the off stump, but just pushes it away gently. Glorious morning here for the last day of the season. Right bright sunshine as in comes Patel. And this is edged to the short third man, and they go through for a single as the return comes in. So a little bit of turn to encourage both bowlers as yet. Batsmen just getting settled in after that huge stand yesterday, which is still continuing. Haynes waits now as Patel bowls to him, and he dabs that away, but the man has gone a little finer from backward point to backward short leg. It's returned.
Yeah, Salter will fling himself round enthusiastically all day because
his natural position now. Patel comes in, bowls short, cut away, this time up to deep extra cover. He'll have to bowl a fuller length like that. That's the end of a minute and a half over as Patel takes his cap from the umpire, and the score has moved on to 322 or 320 for no loss.
Indeed, the main issue to be determined today in county cricket is whether Warwickshire or Yorkshire will be joining these two teams in the second division next season. Warwickshire have to win. They're 64 for 2 against Hampshire, but that's a lead of just 25 runs. As Salter starts a new over, and that's off a leading edge from Moore, who's looking to flick through mid-wicket, and the ball's ended up at cover.
Interesting that, isn't he? He's got a bit of turn. Now 2 balls in succession.
The off-spinner bowling to the left-hander as he looks to nerdle it away on the leg side, hit on the pads, and Chris Cook retrieves it from short square leg position. So Warwickshire will have to go all out, really, to try and set Hampshire some sort of target to give themselves a chance of victory. Salter bowls, and that swung away on the leg side. That'll be the first 6 of the day over mid-wicket. And Ali Orr targeting that shorter boundary in the same way that he did with Patel bowling yesterday. Just rock back and very big shot over mid-wicket as the ball is retrieved from the car park by a steward. 326 for naught.
If Ali Orr goes on and bats as he has done yesterday, and he's beginning to show that he's after it again this morning, he'll have eyes on a huge score.
That is over pitch from Salter, and a good diving stop by Gorvin, substitute fielder at mid-on, to save the boundary, but they've come back for a second run by the time Gorvin had retrieved the ball, which he'd parried away from him a couple of metres. He's the man wearing 11. I haven't seen a lot of substitute fielders on. I have to check who is off the field. That's down leg side from Salter, and or misses with an attempted sweep shot. Adrian will have to get checking all the Sussex records for highest first wicket stand and highest innings, maybe, if all lasts a long time. That's down leg side, and or misses it again. So Salter managing to hide the ball for a couple of deliveries in that over, but even he looks slightly disconsolate as he takes his cap from umpire Lungley, and the batters meet mid-wicket for a chat, and it's service pretty much resumed as last night.
It's interesting to see Salter keeping attacking field. There's only one person back, and that was on the square leg boundary, and Orr took advantage of that. But Salter obviously thinking, well, I might just get him to miss hit, and he did force a leading edge early on, but it will be Patel now bowling from the far end, the Cromwell Road end here at Hove, and he's bowling to Tom Haynes. Comes up and bowls, and Haynes is drawn forward and pushes it away up towards mid-off. Morning here, and the faithful few have arrived for this last game of the season, last day of the season even. as Patel comes over the wicket and down the pitch comes. And is this
Run
a
out.
run out? Yeah, he's gone. Or has gone, run out in the most unfortunate manner. It was driven back by Haynes and it was deflected onto the wicket there by Patel. Good bit of feeling, it has to be said, but that's a nice to see Michael Hogan having a congratulatory tap on the shoulder, and Van de Gooten is running after him. That's what you like, you see in Wales.
Unfortunate way for an innings to come to an end. Too short to go on.
It's like the other rule I find very odd is when you give him runs away after hitting the stumps direct. And,
Yeah, it'd be interesting to hear from Ajaz Patel whether he meant that or whether I think he probably was looking to divert the ball onto the stumps, because he has done several times, tried to during the course. That was punched very hard by Haynes, and was not quite dozing, but didn't get his bat down quite in time. Dreaming of the double century. He is out for 198 off 174 balls.
would you be overly disappointed if you were run out for 198?
That's a good question. I mean,
Yeah,
I'd be
very
delighted to have scored 198. It's a career best rally or by 57 runs. But on the other hand, once you've got to 198, you'd be very keen on getting at least the extra 2, wouldn't you? 10 sixes he hit and 18 fours.
My word. I didn't mention Adrian, and I can think about this. If there was, and there never is, of course, anybody from the ECB or the 100 competition, they would have put in their little notebook, Ali O ought to be an ideal man for us to have. If you know what I mean. Patel then is continuing, and that's half stopped by Lloyd. It slip and it ricochets somehow down towards third man. So the new batsman, Tom Alsop, has arrived, and he will be facing his first ball from Patel. It was driven back, we might add, very, very firmly by Haynes, but the deflection then went on, and how unlucky can you get? Slip and a short leg for the new batsman, as they are for the other batsman. And in comes the man from the backward square boundary. And in comes Patel and bowls the first ball to Alsop, who very confidently goes down the pitch and drives to Hogan, who's a little deep at mid-on, and they go through for a single.
So Adrian, when he comes on, will be able to tell us where that stands in the list of Sussex opening stands.
Fourth. That's driven out towards extra cover by Haynes, and more ball left of this over, which, if you've just joined us, I must tell you that Ali was out after a quite superb 198, which included 18 fours and 10 sixes, mostly off the left arm. International spinner. Ajaz Patel, as he comes in now and bowls to Alsop, and Alsop comes down and drives again up to Hogan, who has a go at that. Is it going to be an overthrow? No, not because it came in very firmly, and I think Patel, more or less, protecting his fingers, let it go. And that is the end of the over. 324 for one. I think I'd better make way, because you always hear Adrian at the start of the day, and after finishing his excellent work outside, he's now come inside. Good morning, sir.
So Edward Bevan will be back later as
If only the
loudest phone in South Wales goes off.
That was well timed, wasn't it? If only the listeners knew with the microphone. What a shame for Ali Orr. 198, too short of what would have been his first double. He made a double 100 at Somerset in the One Day Cup, but there's nothing like a first-class double, is there? However, he's gone, and I'll give you where they are in that ranks. As in comes Salter, bowls to Alsop, who's forward, plays to the onside. There is no run. I spoke briefly to Tom Alsop yesterday, who was at the ground, and his partner had been down to watch him bat. He'd waited a long time, but I don't know if he's here today. As in comes Salter, bowls to Alsop, who's forward and plays defensively down the onside of the track, and there is no run. So that partnership of 328 is the fourth highest opening partnership for Sussex in their history. In comes Salter, bowls, Alsop forward into the offside, no run. So the record remains between Bowley and Langridge, 490 in 1933 against Middlesex here at Hove. More recently, an undefeated 372 between Murray Goodwin and Richard Montgomery. As in comes Salter and clipped by Alsop to the leg side, there is no run. At Trent Bridge in 2001. And then 368 is third on the list between Bowley and Parks at Hove in 1929 against Gloucestershire. So Haynes and Orr will go to the record books as the fourth highest, as in comes Salter, clipped away by Alsop to short leg, but he goes through for a single.
Yeah, Glamorgan have had the pleasure of two records partnerships this season. The Ingram and Byram affair against Sussex in Cardiff, and then that was the second wicket record, and then I think it was the sixth wicket record by North East and Cook, and that spectacular day at Leicester.
Yeah.
Here comes Salter then from sorry.
That's right. Comes in to bowl, and forward comes Haynes. Plays down the offside of the track, and there is no run. I mean, I think that in terms of the game today, you would think that with Sussex with a lead and 9 wickets in the bank, that the draw is still the firm favourite here. But you never know. If a couple of wickets go down, and suddenly we saw yesterday 4 wickets going down for 21, and then 4 for 6 a little later on in the day. So wickets have tumbled in this game. So I'm sure the draw is the favoured result. But Glamorgan, after the disappointment of yesterday, and they must have been disappointed. I mean, they certainly ran in hard and they gave it everything in the field, but I guess mentally they must have been thinking, the promotion had slipped away.
Yep.
That would have only been natural.
Here's Patel then from the Cromwell Road end to bowl to Alsop, who cuts hard and is caught at point. And Glamorgan have 2 wickets in the first quarter of an hour. Sussex 333 for 2. Alsop has gone, and Patel, having pulled off a run out, has a catch as well. Salter at backward point.
Well, I did say to Tom Haynes last night, after we congratulated Tom and Ali, it was the awards presentation evening for Sussex last night, and so I spoke to Ali and Tom last night after their partnership yesterday, which was 312 at the close of play. And my final question to Tom Haynes was, but in terms of the match, there's a bit to be done. And Tom said, well, absolutely, because you never quite know with a 10:30 start and what's going to happen. So there we go. 2 wickets have gone down. As I say, you'd still think the draw is favourite, but you never ever know. And the lead at the moment is at 48.
It's at 25 to 33, isn't it? 58.
58. I'm sorry, my maths is letting me down. So you'd still think that the draw is the favourite. Sussex effectively 58 for 2 with 90 overs left in the day. And as I say, we did see a clatter of wickets yesterday. And I'm sure the Glamorgan boys, disappointed though they were, they're professionals, and I'm sure they're thinking, well, come on, let's at least finish the season on a high. So I don't think they'll be giving up any time soon, and they'll be buoyed by picking up those 2 wickets.
Yes, that's the tonic they needed. One in fortuitous fashion, and Tom Alsop coming in looking to get on with it straight away, but unfortunately for him, falling cheaply for the second time in the match. And this will bring in another left-handed Tom.
Another Tom. Tom Clark. Yeah, and actually, Tom also will be disappointed because he's had an excellent season. He picked up an award last night as well. The awards were all for the batsman, Cheteshwar Pujara. Ali Orr picking up a couple of awards, and Tom Alsop. And Tom Alsop, 4 championship hundreds, has had a very fine season. But he'll be disappointed to have missed out in this game.
As Patel is in to bowl, and forward stretches Clark to defend. Speaking of Pujara, he has been named in the County Championship Team of the Season, as voted for by BBC Sport Online readers. As forward stretches Clark, bat and pad close together, playing back down the pitch. So Pujara recognised for his efforts of 1,094 runs at an average of 109.45 centuries. Incredible stuff. Patel bowls, and that propping forward, it's gone through the legs of Lloyd at slip, running down towards the boundary, and that is given as runs. Was that a chance?
I think it might have been. It would have been a terrific catch.
One shot through fairly low down from the edge of Clark's bat, and Lloyd not quite reacting quickly enough. Forward comes Clark and defends the next ball back down the bowler. Not sure if Lloyd got much of a hand on it, if any. Clark getting off the mark with a streaky 2. Patel dispatches Van der Hoogten from fine leg round to a sort of backward, deep backward square position, just in case there's a top edge sweep. But Clark stretches forward, plays no shot outside off stump. Glamorgan's infielders have got their oohs and ahs going for the morning, trying to claim that the ball's going to do anything at any time. So let's have a look through that county scene, shall we? Lots of star performers, including 4 from the 2nd Division. Ben Compton of Kent played a big part in maintaining their Division 1 status. He's averaged 54 for the season. And Keaton Jennings is his fellow opener, averaging 72 this season. From Lancashire, Tom Abel of Somerset at 3. Harry Brook, Yorkshire at 4. Pujara is listed as 5 in this team.
In comes Salter, plays into the offside by Tom Haynes. There is no run. Glamorgan will feel here, Nick, that if they could get Tom Haynes out, you know, that there may be, well, they'll feel there's life in this match anyway. They certainly won't be giving up any time soon. In comes Salter bowls, and played by Haynes out to cover, fielded there by Tim van der Hoogten. I have to say, huge credit to Glamorgan, Nick, because they would have been pretty down in the dumps last night, and I thought they were very quick to applaud Haynes and all when they wandered off last night. Yeah. And then, as Ed was saying in the commentary, I thought for players to go and shake hands, I thought that was a really nice touch. So, you know, well done, Glamorgan. I thought that was excellent. In comes Salter bowls. Clark is forward, plays it down the onside. There is no run.
Yeah, Gorvin, the substitute fielder, is on. I haven't noticed James Harris so far this morning.
In comes Salter again, bowls. Forward comes Clark, plays it back to Salter. There is no run. Slipping a short leg in place. Another wicket now would certainly get some jitters in the Sussex dressing room, I'm sure.
Well, there might be, since they managed to collapse on a couple of occasions in the first innings.
Salter in bowls. Forward comes Clark again, plays into the offside, no run. So anyone who came up thinking today would just be a possession, Ali all run out in the most unfortunate of circumstances. The ball deflected onto the stumps by Patel after Haynes had driven the ball down the track, and then Tom Alsop caught at backward point. Salter is in again, bowls. Clark covers up, plays into the onside, and there is no run. So, end of another over. 3:36 for 2. Clark on 2. Haynes on 127. 60 overs gone. A new ball will be available in 20 overs' time. We thought perhaps at the beginning of the day that may be a bit of a formality. Well, maybe not. So keep tuned. And it looks like a lovely day as well. There's lots of blue sky around. Perfect day to finish the cricket season.
So, looking further at this BBC Sports Readers Team of the Season, Ben Folkes of Surrey is the keeper, batting at 6, averaging 73 with the bat, and 45 dismissals. Patel is in from the Cromwell Road end, bowls, and back on his stumps goes Haynes and defends on the leg side, no run. Ed Barnard, seen bowling all-rounder, listed as 7. averaging 59 with the bat. 31 wickets as well. Patel in, bowls, attempted cut by Haynes, and he's missed it. Simon Harmer of Essex, South African, 53 wickets, an average of 22, and some useful runs as well. Patel is into bowl, and Haynes plays that away on the offside, and there's no run. Toby Rowland-Jones of Middlesex, Glamorgan know all about him, 67 wickets, an average just under 19. Kyle Abbott, South African quick for Hampshire. Patel bowls, driven on the offside by Haynes, no run. And Matthew Potts, who had a fine game against Glamorgan with Ben Stokes playing as well, and that probably got him into the England team, as well as potentially denying Glamorgan promotion. As forward comes Haynes and defends, because they lost that game up at Chester Street, which, really chasing 190, they probably should have won. On the low points, well, one of the 3 defeats, along with both games against Middlesex, where Glamorgan were outplayed. Patel bowls, tossed up, played back to him, and there's no run. Matthew Potts with 58 wickets, an average of under 18. So those are the team of the season, as chosen by BBC Sport users. You can read about that on BBC Cricket website, as well as all sorts of other bits and pieces. Report on Pakistan's win over England last night. 3-2, the home side lead in that T20 series, with 2 to come.
Here comes Andrew Salter around the wicket to bowl to Tom Clark, who's forward and nudges that past short leg. He picks up a single. Clark, he goes to 3. Sussex 336 for 2. You need to take off of that 275, and you'll get the Sussex lead, which is 37 and 25. What's that? 62. Still 87 overs to be bowled today. Sussex effectively 67 for 2, as Haynes turns out on the leg side and picks up a signal in exactly the same area that Clark had previously done. Haynes to 128. If you just joined us this morning, a couple of wickets have already gone down. Ali Orr out in the most unfortunate of ways, run out, a drive from Tom Haynes at Patel. We have to give him credit. He used to deflect the ball onto the stumps, and Ali Orr was out of his ground. And Tom Alsop caught at backward point, or out just 2 runs short of what would have been a maiden double century for the 21-year-old. He's nonetheless finished the season with over 1,000 runs, which is a fine achievement. But Glamorgan just sensing here that there's something in this game. Salter around the wicket bowls. Clark leans back and doesn't time that into the offside, fielded by North East in the covers, and there is no run.
A few tweets coming in, looking at Glamorgan's season. I'll read those during the course of the Patel over. I'm sure Adrian would welcome them in summary of Sussex's season as well on BBC Sussex Sport.
Yeah. In comes Salter again, bowls. Clark is forward defensively, plays down the track. There is no run. On Twitter, or you can email us sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk, and we'll read those out during the day. The sun has gone in, and suddenly it looks a bit gloomy at Hove. As Salter licks his fingers and comes in again. Bowls, and Clark is forward solidly, plays down the onside of the track, nice and tidy from Andrew Salter. Just the 2 runs off the over. Sussex are 338 for 2. Haynes on 128. Clark is on 3, and Salter has bowled 22 overs, 3 maidens, and no wicket for 71.
Colin Palmer from Bridgend in the discussion of the Strauss report says, I would like to see more county cricket, either 3 or 4 day games, but the reality is that the tests, the 100 and 2020, bring in the crowds. Until we find a way of getting people to watch county championship, the money will talk. Well, sure, better scheduling would help, but they're never going to be mass crowds for county championship. Again, you wouldn't have thought at most grounds, but it is where test players are produced. Patel is into bowl to Haynes.
Oh!
Dropped.
A great catch.
At short leg by a diving Eddie Byram.
Would have been a great catch, wouldn't it? I mean, he'll feel, having got a hand to it, maybe he should have clung on, but my word, that was a great effort.
Diving effort away to his right, certainly far from straightforward. It's a fairly firm push from Haynes. Patel in again, bowls, and Haynes cuts to Salter at backward point, and there's no run. Ian Evans says, gutted we have missed out this year, but optimistic for next year. Replacing Michael Hogan is a priority, and he thanks us for our coverage. Patel bowls, Haynes down the wicket, drives, but only as far as mid-on, where Hogan fields, and there's no run. So a little bit of turn this morning on the fourth day, and it's probably sort of a 3.5 day pitch rather than the fourth. As Haynes props forward and defends. Johnny Evans says, by Glamorgan standards of recent years, not a bad season, just lacked in both games against Middlesex, which has cost us. Have a good winter. See you next season. Hope you can join us again, and we hope to be as Haynes drives back to the bowler. No run out this time, but Patel does manage to stop it. In comes the next delivery, and it's defended by Haynes down in front of him. Trevor Freeman in Dublin, hard luck to Ali Orr getting run out for 198, but nice touch seeing Michael Hogan and others running after him to congratulate him. Thank you for your kind words, Trevor. And Emir Evans suggests that maybe Glamorgan could have combined Labuschagne and Gill to maybe Ingram to get in a combined team. The efforts from the various number threes certainly have been tremendous from all three of them.
Comes Salter, comes in and bowls to Clark. Batting just looks a different. You know, you think about yesterday when the ball was disappearing to all parts. It just looks a different game of cricket today, and that's the beauty of the 4-day game. Suddenly a couple of wickets go down, and the emphasis shifts, and suddenly Sussex are battling away here. Salter in, bowls, Clark is forward, clips that to mid-wicket. There is no run, and whereas runs were coming at 6 and over yesterday, you know, Sussex are just for the time being keen not to lose any further wickets. Salter in and bowls, Clark drives down the ground, and every delivery is met with an ooh and an ah from the fielding side. And
they've increased the drama levels.
Yes,
they?
I'm sure they are. I'm sure they're probably suggesting to Tom Clark that the ball is turning square, and it's just a matter of time. Short leg and a slipper ready. Salter again. Around the wicket, he's in and bowls, and Clark clips this to mid-wicket. It's fielded by Billy Root. Again, there's no run. And all the time Glamorgan are restricting the runs. It's keeping this game in the balance, and the new ball could still play a very important part in this game.
Yes, it's about an hour away, isn't it? Hour's worth of spin.
Salter in again, bowled. Clark is forward. And suddenly neither of these two feel as if they want to take liberties against either Salter or Patel.
Yeah, 96 overs today maximum, or unless they get through more in the time, but 96 overs scheduled to be bowled. We don't get the extra 8 today.
Salter in again, bowls, played to short leg, fielded in there. There is no run. It's another maiden over, and the pressure is really a bit on. I think this is great to see, Nick. I mean, it's the last day of the season. There's nothing on it in terms of either of these sides in terms of promotion or relegation in this game, but it's all about a game of first-class cricket that both sides, well, Sussex can't win, but Glamorgan will want to win, and I think that says everything about the integrity of the county championship.
Well, it would take a clatter of wickets on both sides to produce a Sussex victory, wouldn't it? They'd need to be bowled out. 338 for 2. As Patel will come in from the Cromwell Road end. Edward will have a blast for a while after this over, as Patel is in to bowl, and on the back foot goes Haynes. And sure, Sussex would be looking still to be sailing along with all striking sixes and looking to get lots of records, but Glamorgan taking a couple of wickets does add a little extra to the game as Haynes straight drives and Patel
Hit the umpire, didn't it?
tries to flick it towards the stumps. It may have struck umpire Baldwin, who is down and is now thankfully picking himself back up again.
Was he trying to get out the way, Nick?
I think he probably was. Did he get hit on the leg, possibly? He's clutching his knee. That was hit fairly firmly. Tom Lungley goes to give him a pat on the back, which is, he might need a bit of magic spray, I suspect.
Yeah, where's the physio? Come on, here comes John Morelli, the Sussex physio. He's poised at the top of the steps with his bag of tricks.
I think Patel did actually deflect it onto the stumps, looking for a second run out of the morning. I thought I saw the bails off, but unfortunately, the umpire's leg has worn it as well, and it was hit firmly from Haynes. He's going to have to cut out those straight drives. They're dangerous to his batting partner and the umpires. Yes, Mr. Baldwin, Edward reminds us, has got a long drive ahead of him, potentially, back to his West Wales home on the Ceredigion coast. And, I remember driving from Cardiff to Manchester the day after I'd wrecked my Achilles, and that was fairly painful.
Wow, I bet. Yeah. How did you do that? Playing cricket?
Yeah.
I see.
I was an outfield affected by rabbit holes, I'm afraid.
Oh. Did you get any sympathy at home, or?
Well, I did a game at Lords. I was staying in the London area, and I did a game at Lords the next day, and I could barely get from one side of the field to the other to do post-match interviews, of course, at Lords, and then I had to get home to Cardiff, and I think it was the next day or the day after. I had to drive up to Old Trafford, and I was on crutches. Some bemusement among the players as to why the commentator was on crutches while the players were all dashing around, but it was quite a painful week.
Neither physio is there.
Have we had the physio out?
Did John come out? No, I think he's poised on the boundary.
He's ready.
Edge.
He's offering, but Mr. Baldwin is.
He's stoic.
Stoic. He'll have a large bruise somewhere, I think, and it's not very often that the umpire gets a round of applause from the crowd. 338 for 2, Sussex, leading by 63 runs here on BBC Sport Online. Oh dear, my laptop is trying to reboot itself.
Yes,
probably not today
as well.
Patel is into bowl to Haynes. Don't straight drive. He clips it down to backward square for a single. 339 for 2. No more straight drives, Mr. Haynes.
It's a little bit like last week when poor Henry Crocombe dived to save a boundary and badly injured his shoulder. Durham, for the rest of the game, we were going, don't dive for the ball, just let it go for 4.
Yeah, you never know, do you, which is the one that's going to wreck you. As that is padded up to by Clark. It'll roll towards the boundary, but it won't matter because no shot was played. David Lloyd saves it inside the boundary anyway.
I will make way for Chloe as well. Chloe can come in for a quarter of an hour, 20 minutes before I do my update.
Okie dokie. I better hang on for a few minutes then to avoid a double change, because I get confused then, as Patel is into bowl. Down the wicket comes Clark, drives to Gorvin. Mid-wicket, and there is no run. Gorvin, the substitute fielder, wearing 11. Patel in to bowl. Clark stretches forward and defends. And there's no run. And the over. 339 for 2, now 25 to 39, and you get the lead, which is 64 runs. So Sussex effectively 64 for 2. But have we got enough time in the game to force a result. I mean, it's disappointing for Orr, obviously, but at least that run-outers promote a spark of interest, Chloe, and possibly a positive result coming from this game.
Yeah, definitely. It's such an unfortunate way to get out as well. We can't do anything about it, but definitely, well, should be proud about it because it's a very, very good score. Salter comes in full of length, driven by Hayes there for looking for two as cover comes round to pick it up and they take the two. But that one brought two for Glamorgan here. So that's
the old cliche.
The old cliche. That's exactly what Glamorgan needed really to start that day. Lift their spirits a little bit after yesterday's.
Well, they're pretty flat. There was a long lock-in in the dressing room, and then Matthew Maynard, the coach, fronted up to do the interview himself.
Salter in again on a length, and that's flicked out to deep square boundary, and they've taken a single from it.
James Harris is the fielder on the deep square boundary. So is Gill off the field, possibly? Haven't noticed him this morning.
Salter coming in again from the seat end, and that's defended by Clark there. Short leg picks it up and passes it back to Salter, who turns just to the top of his mark. As he's turns and in he comes, just on that same length, defended by Clark there.
Reminder that we're back to normal intervals today, 12:30. They don't change on the final day.
There we go. We won't have much confusion over what time tea is or what time lunch is. Salter in again, full of length. Lofted drive over. Is it over? No, that is out. That is an incredible catch, especially in blue sky catching. Clark is gone for 3 runs, attempting to hit it over mid-off there, but he's just got caught out in the process.
Yeah, Patel running backwards. The ball hovered in the air for a bit, it seemed. And Patel making good ground and taking an awkward running catch coming back over his shoulder. And, well, Clark's gone for 3 off 26 balls. Salter has his first wicket of the game. And, well, Glamorgan just have a little hope of light in this game. 342 for 3. The lead is 67, effectively then 67 for 3. And, well, Clark has not had a great game either after a decent season, 751 runs coming into this game, but he's only added for the 14 to that over the 2 innings. So it'll be interesting to see who comes in next. Possibly Hudson Prentice, who of course had to bat down the order in the first innings because he'd been off the field unwell. We were given rather too much information by James Kirtley, the coach, off the when the microphone was turned off, because I don't think we'd have been able to broadcast it if the record had been turned on. So shall we say that Hudson and Prentice were having trouble keeping anything down?
Oh, that's not fun, I'm sure.
It is Hudson Prentice batting at his 5 position. Hopefully restored to full health. He was caught and bowled Patel for 2 in the first innings. So I presume it'll be Hudson Prentice, possibly Tia next, and Ibrahim and Ashraf in some order. 342 for 3, but Salter just giving it a touch extra air, nothing to lose, and gets his first wicket of the match.
Yeah, that was a very good catch, actually. You underestimate how hard it is blue sky catching as well, because you have no perception of where the ball is, because there's nothing to reference a ball against. And especially going back over Patel's head there, that's a very, very good catch.
Yeah, that's the sort us at club level would do well to lay a hand on. Probably run round in circles.
Salter coming in, just changing his angle here. But we have the first right-hander, I believe. Yes.
Yep.
Celtic coming in, right arm over, full of length, and that's patted back to him by Hudson Prentice, who faces first ball. Sussex are now 342 for 3 at the end of that over. Hudson Prentice is the new batter, and Haynes remains on 132.
Haynes 132, not out. The man out today. Orr 198, Allsop 3, Clark 3. A lot of low scores in this Sussex scorecard over the course of this match. Although Allsop and Clark have had reasonable seasons. Allsop, particularly before this, would have been pushing for 1,000 runs, but he's finished on 930. As Patel bowls and Haynes stretches forward and defends into the offside. There is no run. Bat tapping probably in the background as Patel floats it up. Haynes drives into the offside. This time they will take a single as it's steered slightly wide of the cover fielder. Umpire Lungley is remaining where he is, not swapping round for right and left-handers. It's too late in the season.
Yeah, this is always a thing with a right-hand, left-hand combo. Is just run into a different position every time they rotate the strike.
He rotates the fielders. The umpires remain unmoved. Mr. Baldwin probably isn't moving hugely freely, just having had a whack on the leg from a straight drive. Patel come round the wicket to the right-handed Hudson Prentice as short leg crouches, and Hudson Prentice defends on the leg side, fielded by Northeast, and there's no run. Adrian's going to tuck into the custard creams by the look of it. Well. Forward stretches Hudson Prentice and defends. He can afford to. He's lean and mean and like Mr. Bevan, and Chloe's the athlete among us as Hudson Prentice defends on the offside. And I've got more excess pounds than the rest of the commentary team put together. Oh well, hope again for next year. Target next April for a slightly less weighty presence in this commentary box as forward stretches Hudson Prentice, defends back to the bowler, 343 for 3. The lead, 68 runs.
Yeah, there we have it. I thought I'd be useful this morning when I stopped in the petrol station. I thought I'd get some custard creams.
Well done.
But, well, burning question, do you prefer custard creams or bourbons?
Oh, that's a good question. If someone else is buying, I'm not worried. I happily chomp both of them, but not directly while I'm on commentary, because you don't want crumbs in the throat. Save that for later.
Salter just at the top of his mark from the seat end, and in he comes, going right arm round, and it's full of length, defended by Haynes.
Goes together with one of my rules of commentary. Don't eat crisps just before you come on air. I spent the first quarter of an hour of a commentary trying to dislodge a stray bit of crisp from my throat once. Never
Salter
again.
in again, full of length, defended. Back to Salter.
Don't hear that in journalism college.
Don't eat crisp before you go on air.
Yeah.
Salter just turning at the top of his mark now, and in he comes, full of length, and that's driven from the outside edge there by Haynes. This extra cover picks it up and chucks it back to Salter. He's just turning to the top of his mark. In he comes again, full of length, and that's defended by Haynes. Just got a little bit of an inside edge, beating the man at short leg, and that deep square comes around to pick it up. Bit of excitement from a keeper there, but nothing to be interested by as he hit it.
But he nearly missed it.
Exactly. He nearly did miss it. Salter coming in again. And that's driven by Hudson Prentice back to him. It cracks me up, but when you get a keeper or a bowler who every single ball is almost out and he gets all the facial expressions.
Well, Salter ends virtually every delivery with his arm in the air if you watch his follow through.
Salter coming in again, full of length, that's driven to mid-on, and that brings the end of the over. Just one coming from it, so Sussex move on to 344 for free. Hudson Prentice yet to score as the new batter in, and Haynes remains on 134.
Well, Glamorgan's over 8 is +3. It's a shame you can't take these forward into next season, because they're going to be, they had, I think, +10 at one point in the last match when Salter and Patel were bowling together. And +3 here today, and they'll be rattling through these these overs. As Patel will continue 15 overs, 1 for 89, having been assaulted brutally by Ali Orr yesterday, hitting him for 3 sixes in a row. All beautiful straight pickups, mid-wicket, long on targeted. Swapped ends, the spinners, as Patel's first ball is blocked back to him by Tom Haynes, who, since the loss of Ali Orr at the other end, seems to have gone into his shell a little bit, Tom Haynes. As Patel into bowl, that's straight driven to prove me wrong, back past the bowler, who for once doesn't flick it onto the stumps or the umpire's leg, and they've taken a single up to long on. 345 for 3. 70 is the lead, so add 25 onto the last 2 digits of the score at the moment. 70 the lead, effectively 70 for 3 Sussex. Patel bowls, Hudson Prentice pokes forward. Good take by Cook. Going down leg side, held the ball to the bails just in case the after it strayed out, he hadn't. Patel bowls. Hudson Prentice drives into the offside. Well fielded by a diving Gorvin, who feigns to throw the ball back at the stumps just in case Hudson Prentice was thinking about straying forward. Northeast has gone in at slip rather than Lloyd now, as Hudson Prentice drives on the offside, again fielded by Gorvin, and again there's no run. I think David Lloyd is off, because that looks like Kieran Carlson at mid-wicket. As stretching forward is Hudson Prentice to defend. It must be Carlson, because he's rushed in enthusiastically, even though Byram was already virtually on the ball. So Carlson enjoys a dash around in the field. So David Lloyd has gone off. Maybe got a hand to that chance it looked like it slipped and bruised a finger or something. He just needs a bit of magic spray on it. But Glamorgan are more or less in auto function, aren't they, with the 2 spinners bowling? They can set their own fields. Don't particularly need the skipper on there at the moment.
Salter incoming, right arm round, full of length, and that's defended back to him by Haynes there. Yeah, the spinners are definitely rattling through these overs, that's for sure. And here, Salter coming in again, and that's just on the left, punched off the back foot by Haynes to the man at extra cover there, as he just returns to the top of his mark for the 3rd ball of the over. In Salter comes full of length and defended by Haynes again. 3 dots so far in the over. Yeah, Haynes just looks like he's just taken it down a gear a little bit since those recent dismissals. As Salter comes in again and again, defended by Haynes there.
It's potentially dangerous for Sussex, isn't it? Because Haynes is the well-set batter, and they need to push on and score some, just in case there's a clatter at the other end, as there was in the first innings.
Yeah, exactly. So, sure, Haynes is just knocking down here as Salter comes in again, full of a lap and patted back to him. You can hear the feel through the...
It just seems it's a different game to yesterday, doesn't it?
Yeah, we can definitely hear we've got a lot of higher spirits in the Glamorgan field. You can hear them out there. Salter comes in again, full of a lap, and that's driven back to him by Haynes, and that brings the end of the over. Maiden over for Salter there. So Sussex remain on 345 for 3.
David Lloyd back on the field, so a battle between Carlson and Gorvin just to see who stays on. Shubman Gill is off. Keith Davis says, why does Glamorgan always need a first slip to a fast bowler? Because Cook always seems to take catches in front of first slip. It's not as if Curtly Ambrose is bowling. I suppose there's a possibility that they could push that fielder an extra foot or so wider. David Battersby thanks us for our commentary. Disappointing to end the season missing out on promotion and also not reaching the quarter-final of the Royal London Cup. With Gloucestershire and probably Warwickshire coming down, surely nothing less than a top 2 finish in 23 is imperative. Well, Glamorgan have had a few near misses. 2019 they finished 4th, can finish 3rd this year. In 2010 or 2011 they missed out on the last day, and that led to the end of Matthew Maynard's first spell as coach of Glamorgan. And Jamie Dalrymple leaving as well. And various ructions at the club, which are quite unfortunate. Patel into bowl. Hudson Prentice stretches forward. Gorvin picks up and polishes. So Lloyd is back at first slip. Looks like Carlson's still on, though. As Patel bowls, Hudson Prentice defends. Everyone wants to get on the field as Carlson picks up on this last day of the season. As Patel in bowls, Hudson Prentice down the pitch, drives to mid-off. And Sussex got a bit stuck here because Clark was 3 off 26 deliveries. Hudson Prentice has faced 14 now without scoring. And they've got into potentially a slightly dangerous mindset, you get a feeling. Hudson Prentice back on his stumps, defending. More oohs and ahs from the mid-infield. So Glamorgan pressing, at least to try and put some pressure on the batters as Hudson Prentice drives straight to Gorvin in that very short extra cover position. Van der Hoogten is also in a cover position, so they've got an extra one in that quadrant. As forward stretches Hudson Prentice, nice long reach to defend, looks fairly solid so far, but having rattled along at 6 and over last night, the Sussex scoring rate has dropped fairly dramatically today since Orr was out. There was one further 6 struck off Salter to take his total to 10 sixes. If you are just joining us, Ali Orr run out for a career best 198 as deflection off the bowler Patel at the non-striker's end. Andrew Salter to bowl, and time for Edward Bevan to replace me.
Salter comes in just on the legs. Big LBW shout, but it's just going down leg, hip pad, and just beating the man at short leg. So we've got a leg bye from it. So a Hudson Prentice retains a strike again. And he is still yet to score as for new bats. He's faced 17 balls so far. There we go, and I'm rejoined.
Yes, good morning, Chloe.
Interesting cricket. Nothing better than watching two spinners bowling at each end. We don't get enough of it.
No, Salter in again, full of length, and that's just beating the outside edge there. There's a shout from slip mid-wicket and the bowler, but nothing from it. I think he just whipped the bail off there from
Yeah, he's under a bit of pressure here, Hudson Prentice, because he was out to a poor shot. He was caught and bowled by Patel in the first innings, and nearly caught and bowled then.
Sorry, makes everybody jump when the music suddenly comes on. So I'll just take over from Chloe to do the updates for listeners on BBC Radio Sussex. But I agree with you, Edward. I think Sussex is just, by not scoring runs, they're bringing pressure on themselves in.
Yeah, and I think he's conscious of that, Hudson Prentice especially.
In comes Salter bowls to Hudson Prentice down the wicket. Now he releases the pressure and hits a six. Well, I don't think Salter will be too upset to see him dancing down the track, to be honest.
That's all Glamorgan have to do now is either put him back to stop that shot and bring someone off across from the offside, and then, because he's been very, very wary against Patel especially, but he's got off the mark with that six, and that might give him a little bit more confidence.
Well, it makes the lead 77. I don't know if they're listening in the studio, but if they could just kill the music until we go to the update, that'd be much appreciated. In comes Salter bowls, and Hudson Prentice plays down the onside of the track, fielded by Salter. There is no run. There is life in this game, Edward. 77 for 3, effectively, Sussex.
Yes, and both batsmen know, especially Haynes, knows, as he did in the first innings, he has to try and hold his innings together and somehow score runs. And
Salter bowls, forward is Hudson Prentice, plays very straight into the offside. There is no run, so Hudson Prentice on his way. Sorry, Edward interrupted. 352 for 3. The lead for Sussex 77, and there's still 77 overs to be bowled today.
yes, and as I said, Hudson Prentice, a little bit betwixt and between. He's thinking to himself, well, shall I attack and try and get a few runs, or if I do, I might get out. And he is under, especially Patel. Now he's going to. He's about to face. No, he isn't. But Patel bowled him much better than he did yesterday when he was assaulted, I think is the right word to say, by Alistair Orr. But since he was out, they've dropped anchor here.
They have.
As I'll wait for your cue and carry on.
Thank you.
Here's Patel from the far end, bowls. Down the pitch comes Tom Haynes and gets a single to Hogan in the far distance. And Glamorgan won't mind now because they have Hudson Prentice to bowl at.
Here we go for a cricket update. Yes, hello, Sarah. The last day of the cricket season, and fittingly the sun is out and it's a glorious day at Hove. It looked as if today may be a day for records and a rather dull draw, but not the least of it, because Sussex have lost 3 wickets this morning. Alistair Orr out from a magnificent 198. Tom Alsop then out for 3. Tom Clark also out for 3. And all of a sudden, Sussex are just struggling a little. They're 353 for 3. It means the lead here is 78. So Sussex effectively 78 for 3. Still 76 overs to be bowled today, so we could still be in for a good finish in this match. No Surrey today. They finished their game against Lancashire yesterday, so it's just Sussex and the final 76 overs of cricket for this season.
Yes, and you may get more than 76 overs with these two. They did last week.
Yes, you're quite right.
Especially this character turns round and before everybody's ready, he's ready to bowl. He's coming around the wicket, Patel, and bowls again. And Hudson Prentice hits the ball and he'll probably get 4 runs because Hogan is just jogging after it. But it was the most confident of shots, but he might have thought, well, I've got this long reach, I can smother it and then let my strength do the rest, as he did, of course, with that 6 over long on.
It wasn't a million miles away from short extra. I mean, it was 4 runs, and
In the air again, though.
Well, just a short extra. I think, is that northeastern now? And I think he's just, that wasn't a million miles away. But nonetheless, Hudson Prentice goes to 10, and maybe attack is the best form of defence here for Sussex. Patel
coming in round the wicket and bowls to Hudson Prentice again, and this time he thought and then waited and just blocked it back. Now, excuse me, the overs, how many overs have we had?
We've had 73, so there's a new ball available in 7 overs, and that could be very important.
I would be inclined to perhaps change Salter and bring Hogan on this end and keep Patel going, because they are a little bit undecided. Not so much Allsop, who was nearly, not Allsop, Haynes, who was nearly caught, in fact, at short leg.
Yes, he was.
It would have been a terrific catch, but he's had that life, and he knows that if he was out now, then it could be crumbling.
In comes Andrew Salter around the wicket into bowls at Haynes, and Haynes works this through the offside and picks up his 137th run. There's Tom Haynes, 358 for 8. Email in from Tim, who's sitting at the top deck there of the Sven Karma Pavilion. Thank you, Tim. I will work my way through your email. Thank you so much for sending it through. Many thanks to you and your fellow commentators. That includes you, Edward.
Well, thank you, Tim. Let's have another wave, perhaps.
For another season of
you
coverage.
Can't see us because this is black as you look into it. My hands are up.
Of the game we all love so much, and never better illustrated, I think, than today, Tim, really, because a lot of people coming here today might have thought, oh, it's just going to be an end of the season, it's going to fizzle out to a draw, but that's the beauty of the 4-day game, all the twists and turns. That's why we love it. Salter in bowls to Hudson Prentice, who covers up plays into the onside, no run.
This is a good field, because Long On is back on the boundary to block that shot, and there's a man on the drive northeast, so I like this field very much for Salter.
He's in bowls. Hudson Prentice is back defending, plays back to Salter, there is no run. Tim says, I got my first junior Sussex membership back in 1973. So for the past 49 years, watching cricket at Hove has been one of my summer highlights. In that time, I've seen some great Sussex sides, some average sides, and to be honest, some pretty poor ones. In comes Salter bowls. Hudson Prentice plays back to Salter, there is no run. This year's must be one, if not the youngest and inexperienced I've seen. And when we look back to review the season, we must remember that. We've got some really talented young players. I'm genuinely excited for the future, says Tim. More to come as Salter on his way again. Bowls. Hudson Prentice turns that back to Andrew Salter. There is no run. Sport is played in the mind as much as the body. The young batsmen look to have really benefited from the experience of batting alongside Pujara and Rizwan. Clearly, the young bowlers have struggled to bowl sides out, but given the longest of injuries to the likes of Archer, Robinson, Finn, Garth and Hudson Prentice, that's hardly surprising. In comes Andrew Salter again. Over the wicket bowls, and Hudson Prentice is beaten, he's stuck, and he's on his way, and that's an excellent piece of bowling by Andrew Salter. Finn Hudson Prentice didn't look confident. He did a 6 and a 4, but you spotted it, Edward. He didn't look comfortable. Really good bit of wicket keeping by Chris Cook, who whips off the bows, and this is game on, if it wasn't already. Sussex have lost 4 wickets this morning. They're 358 for 4, and Glamorgan can smell that they're right back in this game.
What on earth was Hudson Prentice doing then? He's got a long reach, he could just smother it, but he danced down the track, and well, it was a gift of a wicket. And now I'm afraid that Sussex... Can I just go back to that email, and the man after my own heart about cricket, you know, it's a game that I've loved for many, many years. One thing worries me, and it's not about the ongoing business with Strauss and co, but watching that young man, what is he, Alistair Orr, 21?
Yes.
And I feel very strongly about this. Played magnificently today, and as you say, he's had a great season. All of a sudden, there might be something offered to the young man. You know what I'm trying to say. The big clubs, all of a sudden. I look at Ed Barnard with Worcester, who's been brought up Worcester, played all his cricket, and he's been... Now, what will he think, though? I'll just sidetrack that, and I'll say he'll be going down to a side who could be in Division 2.
Yes, he will be.
Yes. But that's the only thing. And we found it at Glamorgan. James Harris was whisked away to Lord when he was bowling superbly. Never got the success that he should have had up there. His action was changed. I wish Alistair all the luck in the world and Sussex, but I do hope that doesn't happen. It must be at the back of your mind as well, Adrian.
I think you see good young cricketers getting picked up, and I hate the phrase, Edward, that, the bigger counties, but we'd be deluding ourselves if we didn't.
Well,
think
it's money,
that
but
there
come
are.
on, it's money.
But as the point has been made here, and I thought well made by the Sussex chairman, that without the 18 centres of excellence, which the counties are, these younger players, would they even emerge in the game? And I hope that needs to be respected by cricket. That Ali Orr has come through the academy here. Would he have had that chance if there wasn't a Sussex playing first class cricket? Who knows?
James Harris was the same, came through the academy. But I wish him well, and I hope that he will stay here and become a Sussex stalwart.
Well, let's hope so. He's made a good start. I'll finish the email as we go through the over, because Patel is back in from the Cromwell Road in, Edward.
And he comes now and bowls. The first ball was... and Glamorgan now will give a single, I fancy.
Sure they will.
They haven't gone back, but if there is a single on offer, they won't worry too much.
And the new ball's only around the corner,
Yes. Oh. This time the ball was flighted, and Haynes had to shuffle the course and get right behind it. You don't want to run down the pitch to these spinners, do you?
No.
Here he comes, bowls, and this time it's driven
He does.
up towards the boundary and is going to get 4 runs. Well struck, but this time he does come and gets right inside it. And so much depending now on the Sussex captain.
I think he needs to be positive, Edward, but you need to be positive, but you need to be sensible as well. Just finishing off Tim's email, he says, in summary, I believe there's plenty of positives to take to the close season. Merry Christmas and see you back at Hove next April, says Tim from Cranley, just over the border in Surrey.
There he is, waving away. As Patel winds up and bowls again, and that's cut away backward of square. That might even run down the hill for 4, and it does. So 2 attacking shots then, which has brought him 8 runs. He's probably listening to what we've just said, Tom Haynes. You've got to score runs. You've also got young Tier to come in, which held up Glamorgan for quite a long time.
There's just pressure here, isn't there? And I think Tom Haynes is doing it. He's got to. Sussex can't afford just to prod around all day, and I think runs are as important as time here. And they're 2 good shots.
And he comes again and clips that down on the ons. He'd get a couple of runs here, surely, because it's a very long chase. It stopped just a couple of metres inside by Kieran Carlson. And interesting here on the BBC website is Hudson Prentice caught Cook. Surely not.
I thought he was stumped.
Yeah.
I think that's wrong. I called it a stumped. I don't know what they reckon up in the Spen Club. I reckon it was stumped.
And he comes again, profitable over this, and is driven away up towards the boundary for a single. And importantly for Sussex, Tom Haynes keeps strike, and the score has moved on. Well, I don't know what this 300 and... Can you work it out?
Yes, it's 360. It's not easy to see the scoreboard here. I don't quite know why this is, but it's very difficult to make out the numbers when we're on the side. I think it's 369. Let me just...
For 4.
Yes, it's definitely for 4, but we can't see the numbers on the scoreboard away to our left with the sun shining on it. I'm fairly certain that's 369. In comes Salter, bowls to Haynes, who drives to mid-on, and there is no run. Martin Weish has been in touch after your little chat there about Ali Orr and players going to larger gates. He says, well done to the gentleman on comms from Glamorgan. By the way...
Gentleman? Gentleman.
In comes Salter bowls. Haynes plays down the onside. He says Tom Haynes could get to 1,000 runs. I'll double-check how many Tom needs in a moment, Martin, but thank you for getting in touch. Comes Salter. Slipping a short leg in place, and Haynes clips this through mid-wicket, 4 runs. Good shot by Tom Haynes. He's hit 3 boundaries in the last couple of overs, and all of them have been low-risk shots. And he's taking off his helmet and gets the applause from the pavilion, because that's 150 for Tom Haynes. 108 not out in the first innings, 150 in the second innings, 258 runs in the match for Tom Haynes, and he hasn't yet been out. He's doing his average a world of good. And it's good to see him back in form. It's been difficult for Tom. He broke his hand mid-season and has just struggled a little since then. But signs last week at Durham he was getting back into good nick, and following it on today, in comes Salter, bowls Haynes forward down the onside of the track. And there is no run. 373 for 4. You need to add to that 25. So the lead for Sussex is now 98. As Salter is in again, bowls, and Haynes is back and steers that to mid-on. Maybe slightly mindful here as well, Sussex. The new ball is around the corner. Hogan, Van der Hookton, Harris.
New batsman coming in.
Well, they'll be relishing the opportunity. Something we didn't think would happen today. Sussex effectively 98 for 4 as in comes Salter, bowls to Haynes, who plays that firmly to short extra cover, fielded in there by Sam Northeast. End of the over. A chance for Patel to bowl at the new bat, who is Daniel Ibrahim, who's yet to face a ball. 373 for 4, add 25 to that 73, and the lead is 98. Julian's been in touch. Hello, Julian. He's not been well as poor Julian, but he's up on the top deck today. He's waving away as well. He passed a late fitness test and made it to the ground. Good to see you. Thanks for the commentary and kind comments. He says, enjoy the winter. See you at the Amex, Adrian. Yeah, I look forward to it as the football season.
Oh, I've seen a few games already.
Have you? Yeah. How's Swansea doing, Edward?
They should be up out in the top 6, but they're in the lower half.
Right. Well, they've got an ex-Brighton player, haven't they? Russell Martin, who's
yes, and
ex-Sussex player, Sussex player, I should say.
And of course, you pinched Graham Potter off us.
Yes, I know. And then Chelsea pinched Potter.
Very nice man. Very nice man.
Yes. Well, he did great things at Swansea, didn't he? And similarly at the Albion as well. I guess time moves on, doesn't it? And
yes.
You were talking earlier, weren't you, about the big fish coming in, and
it's like the first Premier Division, rather. Anyway, here is Ibrahim to face his first ball. Right forward he comes to Patel. Ibrahim got 10 or something like that in the first innings, and he played on, didn't he? Went to pull the ball. It was far too far up to him, and he played on. Patel bowls, and he took his life in his hands there.
He did.
He padded up.
He did.
There's pressure on the young man now.
There is.
Of course, we've got the overseas player. Just have to come. Here's the next ball. And it's clipped around the corner, but there's no run. Some nimble work, footwork from Billy Root.
Do you know, whatever, if Glamorgan are to bowl Sussex out, whatever in the day it is, Edward, I think they'll go for it. They've got nothing to lose. If it's 220 overs, I think I'll go for it.
When the next ball, he's a bit unsure again, Ibrahim. When you've got the likes of Lloyd, who bats really like he bats in one-day cricket, and then Gill.
Absolutely. Northeast has been in good form.
There's some very, very good batsmen up top. So, yes, they've got nothing at all to lose. Patel here comes up to the right-handed Ibrahim and bowls to him, and didn't play a shot at that. He's rushing through this over, certainly. And Ibrahim looked as if he just wants to stay there with his partner, and as if to say, OK, Tom, captain, you get the runs and I'll just stay with you. But you've got to contribute.
Absolutely.
Patel, round the wicket, bowled.
Oh, I thought that was out for a minute. I thought he was called a short leg. He obviously came off the pad.
Unsure, isn't he?
He is.
James Harris is winding down towards the Cromwell Road end as if... he's bowling where he goes, and he hasn't got the ball in his hand.
He's waiting for that new ball, isn't he? Nice email in from Mike in North London, who's enjoying the commentary, albeit the last day. A little melancholic, he says, and he said it was lovely to listen to us two yesterday. We had a slightly different views on the pitch yesterday.
Which is good to have.
Edward and I, and we were respectfully putting our points of view across. And Michael said it was a good listen, so that was good fun. So Michael, thank you for listening, and I know you're a very keen supporter of our county commentary, so thank you. And Peter McGreal from Chichester are in touch. Hello, Peter. He said, I wanted to thank you and all the other commentators for your work this season. Much appreciated. Let's hope some changes occur during the close season, which I imagine will occur for next season. We'll have to see.
And I think you should blow our own trumpet about the award.
In comes Salter Bowls,
which was very pleasing for us all.
For the county commentators, yes.
The county commentators won the Cricket Society's award for the best coverage, I think, basically,
Yes.
of cricket.
Yes, which is going to be
We're
presented.
very proud of that, won't we?
Yeah, at the end of October, I think that's going to be presented, which is rather nice. In comes Salter Bowls, forward comes Haynes, plays into the offside, no
The
run.
reason I've got an affiliation to Sussex, of course, because about 4 or 5 years ago, just wait for you to...
Salter in again, Bowls, and Haynes clips this firmly to mid-wicket fielder by root. There is no run.
My great friend and late Glamorgan legend, Don Shepherd, and I came down here to speak to the... is it the Cricket Society or the cricket lovers of Sussex here one evening? And a very, very good crowd. And we had a thoroughly enjoyable evening.
When was that, Edward?
It must have been about 5 years ago.
Salter in Bowls.
5, 6 years ago, on a cold November night, but it was warm-hearted, and we stayed for quite a while talking to various people. Don, of course, took to over 2,000 wickets for Glamorgan in his career.
Salter in Bowls. Forward comes Haynes, plays to mid-wicket. There is no run. Well, you're always welcome here, Edward.
And met our dear friend Jim Parks, who sadly, during the past 12 months, has passed away.
Salter in Bowls. Haynes drives firmly to mid-off, and he's going to take a single to Patel, who was just sort of slightly betwixt and between. And Andrew Salter's just looking, maybe I should have had him up on the 1, because it means that Tom Haynes has pinched the strike. End of the over. 374 for 4. The lead for Sussex is 99 for 4, effectively. 71 overs left in the day. This game is hanging in the balance.
It is at the moment. And reminiscing, I can probably give you most of this sort of 1960s side when I was growing up. People like Jim Parks, Robin Marler, Ted Dexter, Ken Suttle, who played a huge amount of games. You've probably heard of the names. And I remember when Jim wasn't keeping wicket, a gentleman called Rupert Webb kept wicket. What was he famous for? He was an actor who had appeared in that film, what was it called now? Very popular film.
Crumbs. Now, you're asking the wrong person.
No, I'm not. I don't go. And I watched that film when there was no play on the first day here one year. We all went to the cinema. I'll remember it a little later on. He was keeping wicket. Patel starts in the over, which forces Haynes on the back foot. John Snow, the Buss brothers, Tony Buss.
Yeah.
All those. As Patel comes in and bowls to the left-handed Haynes, who shovels that more than anything else to mid-on, and there's no run. We're getting very close to the new ball and seeing Harris doing his practicing down over there. We'll probably see him and Hogan come into action, although I would be tempted to keep probably Patel on it. The next ball is clipped round the corner, and he could easily walk past that, and he could easily, well, not easily, it was a difficult chance, which was unlike him. He could have perished there, and that would have been a blow.
Well, he sort of took a step down the wicket then, didn't he, Tom Haynes?
Could easily have gone past him and just got an edge on it, but that went perilously close to Eddie Byram at short leg. So it's at the back of his mind, even though he's got 150 odd to his name. Here's the next ball. That's short, cut away, and that will be a single down to backward square. And Ibrahim, who has been kept away from the bowling by the dominance of Haynes, comes down, and he will have to face 2 balls. And he's not yet off the mark. I don't think, no.
Michael has been in touch, said the film, was it Oscar Wilde?
No. It's around, very, very... 4 Weddings and a Funeral.
Okay. Oh, that's a good film.
Yeah.
That's a great film.
And he
know
was
that
keeping wicket back in the old days because Jim was playing in test matches. Nicest man in cricket, Jim Parks was. Round the wicket comes Patel, and that's pushed forward away onto the onside. That's the end of the over. You can tell me if the eight overs are up because I've got no idea looking at the scoreboard.
The total is 377 for 4. It means the Sussex lead is 102, effectively 102 for 4. 70 overs remaining in the game. You're listening to live cricket on the BBC, BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Wales, online, wherever you're watching around the ground, whether you're watching via the live stream or on the BBC website. A very good morning to you. 5 minutes left of the morning. A morning that we've seen 4 wickets go down. Ali Orr, tremendous innings, out for 198. Tom Alsop for 3. Tom Clark for 3. Finn Hudson-Prentice for 10. Glamorgan haven't given up their hopes of winning this game. Adrian Harms and Ed Bevan on commentary. Bring Chloe Brewer back in a couple of moments' time. As in comes Andrew Salter to bowl to Tom Haynes, who plays firmly into the covers. And there is no run. I'll just keep you abreast of affairs at Edgbaston because that's the other outstanding issue in the county championship today. I'll explain more in a moment. In comes Salter, bowls. Haynes is forward, plays it straight back down the track. Salter fields, and there is no run. Warwickshire needs to beat Hampshire today. If they do, they will avoid relegation, and Yorkshire will find themselves in the 2nd division. As Salter is in, bowls, and Haynes takes a step back and strokes the ball through the offside, picks up a single fielded by Van der Hookton. The new ball is available to Glamorgan at the end of this over. I would imagine they will take it immediately.
I would certainly agree because they've had a good long ball. What have you been bowling for? An hour and 25 minutes, another 35 minutes. Can Glamorgan pick up one more wicket, then they'll feel that they have opened the door somewhat.
Salter over the wicket, a slip and a short leg go down. He bowls to Ibrahim. Ibrahim forward. He's yet to score. He's faced 10 deliveries. I think that's going to click over to in a moment. It's showing us 9, so the scoreboard was quicker than I was. 2 more balls remaining in the over, and then we'll see where that new ball is going to be taken. Salter again in and bowls. Forward comes Ibrahim, plays into the offside. Again, there is no run. It is the end of the over. There's one more to go. I'm sorry, I'm getting ahead of myself. 10 deliveries Ibrahim has faced. 378 for 4. Sussex, who at one stage were 328 without loss. Salter in, bowls, and Ibrahim's beaten outside. It was a strange shot by Ibrahim. I think it kept a little low, and he was going to cut it away. He doesn't get a little nick, much to the relief of the Sussex dressing room. So the new ball is now available. Up at Edgbaston, Warwickshire are 150 for 6. They lead Hampshire by 111. You can just see what Warwickshire need to bowl Hampshire out, so that's going to be an exciting finish, I think, there. Warwickshire win, they stay up. They lose, they go down. Can't get any starker than that on the final day of the season. A big debate going on here about
and I think, sorry to interrupt you,
Sorry?
Ian, but I think here they're thinking, well, the last ball of the last over, Ibrahim could well have gone when he cut to that ball and didn't get an edge. Do we keep Patel on? What is the feel I'm going to give Harris if he's going to bowl? Shall we give the spinners 1 or 2? Now, Harris has only bowled 15 overs in this innings, while Hogan has only bowled 8. And both of them have had a long rest.
There's always a meeting here by committee.
There's 2 lots of meetings.
There's 2 huddles of Glamorgan players. I guess one of the things with the new ball, you'd like to think you're going to get wickets with the new ball.
But it goes if you don't bowl well.
Absolutely. So it can go around the park. So it's a big debate here. Do they maybe keep bowling with this ball until lunch?
Yeah, I'd suggested one of the quickies perhaps bowl down here and keep Patel on. He's creating chances, isn't he? He's creating more chances than Salter. And allied to that, Adrian, a spinner bowling with a new ball, they love to do it because they get bounce.
So, there's a long debate, and fair play to David Lloyd. Ultimately, the captain needs to decide. He needs to make a decisive.
And you think, they're not wasting time because they're plus whatever it is on the scoreboard.
They've taken it. There we are. Umpire Baldwin is waving the new ball, but I think it's good. Clearly David Lloyd makes a decision, and you need to be decisive. But that being said, if you've got everyone on board, Edward, so they say, look, okay, what do we think, lads?
And the big man here is the wicketkeeper, ex-captain Chris Cook. He'd probably say, well, yeah, there's not a huge amount to spin, as we've seen. They've had an hour, they've done their job, they've got a wicket apiece, and 2 others have fallen. Okay, let's see if these the 2 seamers can project the new ball, and perhaps if they pick at another wicket, and that would have been 5 in the session, then you all will have some fun. Unfortunately, as Adrian knows, I have to disappear half an hour or so after lunch. It's a personal thing. My 3 good friends here will carry on, and I shan't be missed because capable deputies, but apologies for that. And I shall be listening to the bulletins of Adrian Harms all the way. Not all the way, because I probably lose you.
Losers.
Yeah.
Well, can I just say, Edward, because I know you are going at lunchtime, and we wish you well, and of course, and it's been a pleasure to see you this week.
Well, always great to come down.
As it always is, and we look forward to seeing you next year down in Cardiff and back here at Hove. So look after yourself during those
And you, certainly.
long winter months, and the best of luck to Swansea City.
Thank you very much, and lots of luck to Chloe, and hope she makes the grade of the higher England side one day.
Off you go, Edward.
And here is Harris with the new ball. It's appeal for LBW, not out. The way he played it suggests perhaps it was going down the leg side. Let's have a look at our little laptop here. So, thank you for those kind words as Chloe slips in beside me. And this finally full of interest. Just looking at the... Oh, that, yeah, I was a missing leg stump, appreciably. Glad to see that umpire Baldwin's leg is all right after that.
Yeah.
As Harris comes in from the far end and bowls to Haynes, and Haynes clips this away, and they'll want to try and make that just the single, and it is a single as Glamorgan comes racing in from that cover boundary. And this will have a chance to get at Glamorgan, who has yet to get off the mark.
Yeah, I know. It looks like it's quite hard for batters to get started today, especially because they've started off with spin. It's really hard to get going.
Yeah, he's faced 11 balls, Ibram. And
Yeah.
three slips now. We've got Lloyd at first slip, Northeast at second, and is that, yeah, Patel, he generally is a third slip. And we have got a third man. Who is that down at third man? Probably Glamorgan. As in comes Harris, bowls now to Ibrahim. That really took off from James Harris. And I don't know if he had a word. He certainly had a good look at Ibrahim. Now, that happened in the first innings, of course, to probably the next batsman in, Ashraf, who periscoped it, but left his bat there, and on the way through, took the face of the bat through to the keeper.
Yeah, you can see Ibrahim really got his hands out the way on that one. Didn't want anything to do with it.
Harris then, armed with the new one, comes in over the wicket, bowls to Ibrahim. He gets behind it, wants to get off the mark, but there's no run there as Hogan traps it and tries to kick it back. Well, Harris wouldn't have wanted that. No, Hogan. Brand new ball being booted his direction. I'm going to be a little concerned. I can't see Shubman Gill. He'll have to drop down the order, presumably. I don't know quite what's going on in that direction, but it's Harris in, bowls left outside the off stump. Good line. And this is a proper cricket day now, Chloe, in as much as we thought probably there'd be 500 or 600 scored, a tedious day, but this is an interesting sort of finale, and people will enjoy this sort of thing.
Yeah, no, it's good. I think that wicket, well, unfortunate wicket of all this morning just kick-started things for Glamorgan.
Yes, Harris in, bowled. That's driven nicely, but straight to Hogan. It bit off now. Is he going to keep on to it? And, or will it be Van de Kooten? Or will Salter or Patel? Now, this is an interesting move. Salter is going up to her his captain and having a word, as if Lloyd is saying, let's keep one end. I did suggest that earlier on, and indeed, they often say this, that the Salt is going to take the new ball.
Yeah, here we have it. Spinner's taking the other end from a new ball, but the Spinners are bowling well this morning. We've bowled a serious amount of overs.
I remember asking Glamorgan, terrific spinner, of course, Robert Croft, who played for England some 22 times, and I said, do you like having the new ball? Oh, I love it, he said, because I can get some bounce and it's great. So let's see what Salty can do.
Yeah, Salt is just coming in from the sea end with a new ball, and it's just short of length and it's cut away to deep cover. Who's picked it up and sent it back into the keeper on the full.
Having said that, I can't quite understand why Hogan hasn't been given the new ball, because he would be the better bet. But they know far better than I do out there.
So
It's a very defensive field.
yeah, Salter coming in again, right arm over this time, and that's gone down leg and it's beaten the keeper, and that will go towards final boundary. Will it go?
Yeah,
Yeah, just over the ropes, 4 byes.
wrong line completely there.
Yeah, that's not where you want to bowl. I can see we want to bowl into the pads here, so we've got a short leg, somebody in it very close mid-wicket. Mid-on's also right up, and then somebody floating kind of in the midfield there. Not quite on the boundary, not quite in the ring.
No, he's aiming his line here at Midland leg, obviously, because he's got a mid-on, a man on the drive, and a short leg, so that's his line.
Yeah, that's definitely where he wants to bowl. Here, as Salter comes in again, outside, off, and points cut that off with a tumbling stop there as it's passed back around the field, giving it a little bit of a shine.
Well, the other didn't saw the first 2 balls. One went for 4 byes, and the other's short outside the off stump. Salter's not enjoying the new ball.
Salter coming in again. And it's just on a left, turned round the corner as man at 45 picks it up and sends it back to a keeper. A dot ball for Ibrahim. He has faced 18 deliveries so far and still is yet to score. So it looks like a very hard pitch to start on here. As Salter comes in again. It's full length defended by Ibrahim there, back to him.
Just the end of this over. Nick is back up for his fresh air up on top.
Will you be going back up there?
No, I shall be having a spot of lunch and then away.
In comes Salter again on length defended by Ibrahim. That brings the end of it over, so 5 coming from it. So Sussex moved to 384 before. Ibrahim still yet to score, having faced 20 deliveries so far, and Haynes is on 159.
And he's probably had his orders from his captain. Look, you've got to stay there. I don't care if you score. Well, trying to score, but don't take any risks. Nick is back and is going to take over here at the English Channel end.
Diolch yn fawr, Edward. James Harris then, from the Cromwell Road end, will come in and bowl to Haynes on 159 not out, and bowls a short ball down leg side that Haynes sways and ducks away from.
Did you enjoy your time up top? Had a good view?
Yes, it's a very pleasant vista and a little bit of autumnal sunshine. Wouldn't say it was that warm, but nice to be out in the sun for probably my final outside break of the season. Since be busy writing this afternoon, and I'm off air. As in comes Harris, bowls, and Haynes takes a swing, and Cook can't take it cleanly. Ball bobbles up, and Lloyd retrieves it. Was that a drop chance? It was certainly going wide, but I'm not sure. The fielders didn't quite react as if it had taken an edge on the way through. Difficult to tell from the replay. It might have just done a bit off the pitch. Harris in bowls, down leg side. Haynes flicks at it, doesn't make any contact. So see if I can put my laptop onto snooze again too. It's always one of the laws of broadcasting. A laptop tries to reboot just when you update, just when you don't want it to.
I hate it when it updates automatically as well, and you have absolutely no choice. It just restarts itself.
Yeah, I feared that was going to happen. It may well do as Harris bowls. Haynes pulls hard away on the leg side. Gorvin on the chase, but he's not going to get it to it as it rattles into the boundary boards in front of the scoreboard. 4 runs for Tom Haynes. And since Orr departed, there's been precious few runs at the other end. 3 to Alsop, 3 to Clark, 10 to Hudson Prentice. And now Ibrahim yet to score off 20 deliveries, so there's probably been about, I think, 16 runs in more than an hour off the, apart from Haynes, that is, who has played some nice shots, ducks under another short ball from Harris, trying to tempt him to hook with Gorvin right back on the ropes at deep backward square. I think that's his 2 for the over.
Yeah, didn't really need to duck underneath it. It was so high. Went sailing over his head.
Could almost have been called a no ball on height. So Gorvin is on. Gorvin is on the field for Gill, who we might have seen for the last time in Glamorgan colours. As Harris is in. Bowls, and there's a swing and a miss from Haynes again. Cook takes in front of Lloyd at slip. So Harris in down the slope, bowls to Haynes, and another shortish ball, but obviously wasn't short enough to incur the umpire's ire. Steve West, over the 8 years, he says he's rarely missed a session. And hope I made a few chuckle at my comments you've been kind enough to share. Thank you for listening, Steve. And a different Steve. In Newcastle is enjoying our commentary, and his tribute to Chloe as well. 390 for 4. Always welcome. Your comments.
Salter's keeping the new ball at the sea end. That's a very nice tweet from Steve there. As Salter comes in again, just worked around the corner. One hand, one bounce by the man at short leg.
Keep it going.
Salter at the top of his mark. There, just new ball in hand as he comes in right arm over, full of length, and that's a attempted drive from Ibrahim there. It just beats you outside edge. You can see a lot of double reverse teapots around from a fielders there. Hands on head, because that's Ibrahim's faced 22 deliveries now, and he hasn't scored yet. So he's yet to get on strike. Get off. A single on a ball. There we go. Salter in again on a length, worked into the leg side, mid wicket, picks it up, and another dot ball from Salter here.
And we do a few running reports now and then on the BBC text feed. David Coombs kindly points out a little typo on mine, which suggests that Glamorgan made 5,339.
Salter in again on a length, defended by Ibrahim. That would be incredibly impressive.
Record score that will never be beaten. Well. We try and get these things up quickly, and occasionally the fat fingers creep in.
Oh dear. Salter in again from the C end, and that's on lap defended by Ibrahim here, who's looking for a single as man at point dwindles in. Last round, but it's still a dot ball, so 5 dot balls. Ibrahim having faced 25 balls now.
Well, yeah, I'll be on a dating app next, looking for singles.
Salter in again, full of left nuts defended. Still looking for that single as Ibrahim goes up to 26 deliveries, still yet to score. Haynes is at 163 and Sussex are 390 for 4.
Which effectively is 115 for 4 in match terms, given Glamorgan's colossal first innings lead, which was amazingly knocked off last night in 60 overs or so. They actually, it was fewer than that, wasn't it? Because they were scoring at 6 and over in yesterday's session. I was preparing the close of play report and put Sussex trail Glamorgan by. I had to quickly change that to Sussex lead Glamorgan by. It was unexpected that they'd be in the lead last night. 390 for 4. The lead is now 115. This morning, they have scored 78 for the loss of 4 wickets. They're digging in as Haynes turns one on the leg side and will take a single down to Gorvin at backward square, and the field will converge somewhat for the scoreless Ibrahim, who was promoted slightly in the order in the first innings, was out for 10, bowled by Harris, bottom edging an attempted pull shot onto his stumps. 391 for 4, the lead 116. Glamorgan really could do with at least one more by lunch. Ibrahim's put the shutters up, and he is nearly off the mark as he turns one firmly on the leg side, but unfortunately for him, straight to Billy Root, just in front of the umpire. Fighting off my laptop reboot until the lunch interval. Shame you can't. Well, you probably can if you know what you're doing. Type in a time for it to actually happen. But no one's ever accused me of knowing what I'm doing with a laptop. Harris down the hill towards us, bowls to Ibrahim. 3 slips now, and his shoulders, arms, as that goes through outside off stump. Patel has joined the slip cordon in the absence today of Shubman Gill. I hope he's not too unwell. Not quite sure why he's off the field at the moment, but he shouldn't. You shouldn't have given them that dodgy sausage at breakfast, Edward. As Gorvin and Carlson have been on the field. Gorvin still is. It's a short ball, and Ibrahim latches onto it and smashes it away. Has that gone on the way? Not quite. 4 runs from umpire Baldwin is the signal. Short delivery, pulled it down to the short square leg boundary. Umpire Harms was hopefully raising his arms for 6 runs, but and Ibrahim has shocked his bat and done something to it,
like
playing his first aggressive shot.
Yeah. Off mark and the bat's broken.
Off the mark from his 29th delivery.
It looks like it's just cracked in the shoulder of the bat. That's from me. He's just looking at the top of his bat here.
Ah, well, I wouldn't know about that. I never hit the ball hard enough to break a bat. 395 for 4, the lead 120, and Sussex moving some way towards safety with this bit of resistance. 358 for 4 it was when Hudson Prentice was out, and they were under real pressure there, but maybe calmer seas ahead for Sussex as well as behind us. Didn't have the chance to have a look at the sea this morning because I was busy lugging my suitcase up from the hotel, which is an area of logistics, really. The car remained here and the suitcase remained down there. 395 for 4. Flags flapping away at the top of the scoreboard today. A little bit breezy.
Yeah, we've got a new bat for Ibrahim.
That's another few £100 down the drain, isn't it? It's just a fact of life for pros. Harris is in to bowl a very short ball. It's a no ball. I think he'd overstepped, but it could have been called on height anyway. No ball wide. Could have been anything. It's a no ball. It's 2 runs to the Sussex cause. 397 for 4, effectively 122 for 4. And we are around about 10 minutes away from the lunch interval. Three slips, third man, point, cover, mid-on, square leg, fine leg. Ibrahim driving wide of mid-on. Van der Hoogten is off in pursuit towards the dressing rooms, and they'll comfortably get back for a couple of runs. 2 scoring shots in the space of 2 legitimate deliveries from Ibrahim. He's raced on to 6 now. 399 for 4. Thank you. It's a team effort working out the score. They're off the field at Worcester. Steward's inquiry. Both they haven't played before lunch then because of a wet outfield. Neither side particularly wanting to play, I imagine. Middlesex will get then the 16 points to take them up, whatever happens with Glamorgan today. And Worcestershire will avoid defeat. Harris in to bowl, outside off stump. Ibrahim for once shoulders arms. So Middlesex with the best part of 300 ahead on first innings, and it doesn't look as though they're particularly striving to get out there. Nottinghamshire, the champions of Division 2, are about to complete victory over Durham at some point. Durham 96 for 7 in their second innings, needing a further 481 to win. Stuart Broad has got 3 for 36 in a rare county appearance for the England bowler. Leicestershire battling to avoid an innings defeat against Derbyshire. They're 216 for 3 in their second innings, still 103 runs in arrears.
Salter to continue from the C end as Haynes is to face. In he comes, right arm round. It's on a length. That's an outside edge from Haynes there. Run down to towards Fairman. Lovely bit of footwork there.
400 is up. Crowd taking a last opportunity to applaud their home heroes.
Yeah. As Ibrahim is now on strike. I think he got a new bat as well during that little break there. Full of length, left alone by Ibrahim. As it's passed back to Salter, he returns to the top of his mark. And in he comes again. Just full of length, defended by Ibrahim here. Salter picks it up, takes it back to the top of his mark. Looks like Patel's having a little bit of a bowl through it mid on there.
Interesting events at Edgbaston.
In comes Salter again. Shuffle down a wicket from Ibrahim and it's punched 2 mid off. What's happening here?
Warwickshire 174 for 9 in their second innings. That's a lead of only 135 over Hampshire. Looks as though Warwickshire have been trying to get on with it. Sibley up in the batting is still there, 74 not out off 95 balls.
Oh wow. In comes Salter again. Full of a length through the legs of mid wicket, and that, if they take a single from it, square ends up coming around to pick it up.
So that's getting on with it by Sibley standards, who's not always the fastest of scorers. They're just in the 39th over there, so Warwickshire need to win to stay up, but they've only got a lead now of 137 over Hampshire. So Hampshire have had 1 or 2 collapses in recent weeks.
Salter coming in right arm round to Haynes, full of length, and that's driven by Haynes there, out to deep cover, who picks it up and he'll take another single from it, and that will bring the end of the over. So Sussex are 402 for 4. Ibrahim is on 7 and Haynes is on 166.
Lead is 1-7. Where are we? Cricket Badger podcast, James Butler. Yorkshire Members Forum yesterday. The club guaranteed they'd never vote for a reduction in championship fixtures, presumably without membership approval. There was not one member present who was in favour of a reduction. Well, why would you? Glamorgan's forum is on the 18th of October, and the club is urging everyone to turn up and make their opinions felt. Reminder that these discussions about changes in the schedule would apply to the 2024 season, not next season, if any of them are implemented. Derbyshire again strongly against the ECB high performance review, so it seems that the county's members are revolting.
Yes. Well, certainly the Sussex view is, Nick, that the committee will make the decision, having taken in there won't be a members' vote. As in comes Patel, bowls to Haynes, who clips this to mid-wicket, and there is no run. Interesting goings on at Edgbaston, because at least Warwickshire's destiny is in their own hands there, isn't it? Yorkshire can only sit and wait, because Warwickshire win, they stay up, lose, they go down. So at least they've got an opportunity. They may have felt they wouldn't have got that earlier in the week. As in comes Patel, and Haynes, with a flick of the wrists, plays that through mid-wicket. Have you got some credit here to Tom? Well, a huge amount of credit to Tom Haynes. I mean, he's been out there for every minute of the game. He may have had the odd break, maybe to go to the loo or something like that, but he's scored 275 runs, and he hasn't been out yet. So it's an extraordinary feat of concentration and stamina from Tom. He's got a bit more work to do.
Ajaz Patel then. Oh, sorry.
It's all right. In bowls, and forward is Ibrahim, plays to backward point. There is none. He's been in there for 37 deliveries, Dan Ibrahim, for his 7. I guess on the positive side for Sussex, he's chewing up overs and time.
Yeah, absolutely.
But the lead is only 128, I think. Yes, that's right. Patel in again, bowls. Ibrahim stretches forward. And I was saying to Edward a bit earlier on, I reckon if Glamorgan have anything that's chaseable, they'll have a dip at it. There's no reason why they wouldn't.
They might as well. Might as well go at least for half a dozen wickets. They can always try to block it out at the end if they need to.
Patel again. Will be another over before lunch. I'm fairly sure about that. A little surprised that Hogan hasn't bowled yet. Patel really tosses that up, and Ibrahim is dragged forward, played onto the onside, and there is no run.
Yes, it's interesting, isn't it, going with double spin, just 7 overs to 6 overs into the new ball.
Patel in again, bowls. It gives that plenty of air, driven firmly by Ibrahim as far as Sam North East cover, and there is no run. Another over drifts by, just 1 run off the over. 403 for 4 are Sussex. Haynes 167. Ibrahim is on 7. We'll get 1 more over in before lunch, which will be taken at 12:30. I rather liked the debate that Glamorgan had actually about the new ball and whether to take it or not, because I'm not a massive. I mean, I think a captain needs to lead and make a decision, but it just looked as though everyone was being consulted, and I guess everyone has to buy into what they're going to do, and it looked like it was a good debate involving everybody. Ultimately,
so
Lloyd has to decide, of course.
New ball taken with the spinners after a couple of overs from Harris from the Cromwell Road end. This is Salter from the sea end, the English Channel end. The Esplanade end?
The sea end. You could call it the beach end, or
Beach end?
Edward's got all sorts of words for the end of the ground. He's preferred the channel.
English Channel as opposed to the Bristol,
The Bristol Channel.
that we
Very
have,
good. Very good.
in
Yes,
our
I like
part of
that.
the world.
Yes, I agree. Yeah.
Salter around the wicket to Haynes. Two infielders crouch, but he manages to bisect them as he flat bats it away. Out to Van der Hoogten on the cover point boundary for a single, 404 for 4.
What's the Penarth? That would overlook the Bristol Channel, wasn't it? I like Penarth.
Yeah, just down the road from Cardiff.
Lovely pier in Penarth.
Yes, that's still there.
Yeah.
And hopefully in relatively good condition compared to some around the country, as that's turned away on the leg side by Ibrahim for a single, 405 for 4, the lead 130. Thank you to Geoffrey Martin Rogers for his thanks for our commentaries.
Thank you. Nice fish and chips they do in Penarth as well. There's a couple of nice fish and chip shops along the front there.
Every front.
Sorry?
Past 10 fish and chip shops. One next door.
Salter into bowl. And forward comes Haynes, and he's beaten by
my
that
word.
one, just poking forward outside off stump.
Oh, that very nearly bowled Tom Haynes, did it? That was a coat of varnish away.
Yes, it's as close as he's come to getting out this morning. Has been an almost chance-free innings. There was a really difficult chance at short leg when he was in the 120s. Salter bowls and Haynes drives on the half volley ball, bouncing down to Patel at mid-off, and there's no run.
I think Glamorgan have just decided here they want to have lunch after this. I think Andrew sort of in no real hurry to finish this over. I think the digital clock will. I think they go on the digital clock. I need to ask actually. It's 12:29. At any second it's going to click. There we go. Is it clicked over? No, not yet.
Not yet on our digital devices. 12:30 now it has. Salter into bowl to Ibrahim, who defends on the leg side. Geraint Cynnan wedi bod yn bleser gwrando y tymoreto ni mor lycus. Diolch yn fawr, Geraint.
Wow. You have to explain that, Nick.
It's just one of our listeners expressing his thanks in Welsh.
Oh, how lovely.
Salter is into bowl, and in a puff of dust that's played back to him by Ibrahim, umpire Lungley knocks off the bails at the sea end, and the players will head for the lunch interval with Sussex on 406 for 4, leading by 131 runs and within sight of safety in this match, despite a few wobbles this morning. They have lost or run out for 198. Alsop caught Salter bowled Patel 3. Clark, conversely, caught Patel bowled Salter for 3. Hudson Prentice caught Cook bowled Salter for 10. But Ibrahim has put up the shutters on 8 not out of 43 deliveries. Haynes is still there on a magnificent 169 not out. Sussex lead by 131 with 6 wickets still remaining.
Thank you, Nick. Well, Sussex not out of the woods yet, and as I say, I think Glamorgan, if they have anything to chase, I think they'll give it a dart, because there's nothing to be lost, so we could be in for some entertaining cricket for the rest of the day. Tom Haynes gets a standing ovation from his teammates on the bow. Just remains to me to wish Edward well on his... he's coming up for half an hour after lunch. Lovely. So we won't wish him well yet. He wants to save some, and I suspect he's got his eyes on these custard creams that were very kindly brought in by Chloe Brewer. So well done, Chloe. She gets the gold badge for today. Thank you all for listening, and we're going to have a breather, have a spot of lunch, and be back with you in about 40 minutes' time for the penultimate.
Hove for the afternoon session of the game. It's very interestingly poised if you first ball after the interval. It's clipped down. It's going to run away for 4. And Patel has his hands on his head. Whether he flicked that off Middleton's stump or he moved across his stumps, and I think Patel is thinking, well, if he'd missed it, then he'd have been a goner, but he didn't, and gets 4 more runs. And the more runs they get now, the safer Sussex will be, Adrian.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, time is important, but I think scoring runs is important as well for Sussex, because as we said this morning, I think Glamorgan, last day of the season, nothing to lose. I think they'll have a dart at whatever they're set, if they're set something.
I don't think they'll be set. You'll have to bowl them out.
Yeah.
As Patel comes in, down the pitch comes the batsman, Haynes, and drives it up to long on. And
yes, sorry, that's what I meant. Certainly Sussex aren't going to declare here. Just looking at Tom Haynes, 933 runs he was up to at lunch, so another 67 onto his lunchtime score will be 1,000 for the season.
Ibrahim is with him, who has spent a long time getting his 8, and he is there just to make sure that there's wickets in hand and to support his captain. And round the wicket comes Patel to the right-handed Ibrahim, bowls the first ball to him, and he nudges it away backward of square. Who is fielded by Salter, who's in a very long bowl in this inning. Hudson Prentice just walked past one from Salter. He was out for 10, and it is Salter to continue, Adrian.
It is, from the C end of the ground, coming into bowl to Tom Haynes, a slip and a short leg in place, and Haynes thrashes that through the covers, but he picks up a single to Tim van der Hookten, who's fielding in front of the clock tower scoreboard away to our right-hand side. Haynes goes to 175. I don't know if the fellas could check up in the or operating the stream. I reckon it's a long way for Tom Haynes to go. I think he'd need to get to 236 will be his 1,000 runs for the season. But that's a long way away, but just to get these stats ready, so we're ready when it happens, if it happens. Sort it in, bowls to Ibrahim. But much work for Sussex to do here as Ibrahim plays to short leg.
I always find it's a sign of bad luck when you say when he gets to
I do.
Yeah.
Yes, it is. It's absolutely. He's at his 35th over, Andrew Salter, and they're very good figures, aren't they? 2 for 96. As he comes in over the wicket and bowls, and Ibrahim uses his feet, drives. That's going to be 4 runs. That's a nice-looking shot by Daniel Ibrahim. He used his feet, skipped down the wicket, and clipped the ball away past northeasters at a very straightish mid-wicket for 4 runs. Ibrahim to 12, 416, 4. I just should say at Edgbaston, the importance there is whoever, either Warwickshire or Yorkshire will come down. Warwickshire all out for 177. Hampshire need 133 more to win. They're 6 for 1. So Warwickshire win, they stay up, and Yorkshire will be playing second division cricket next season.
I think you put your money there on Warwickshire going down.
In comes Salter, bowls, and Ibrahim tucks this away through mid-wicket and picks up another single. I guess it depends how much, Hampshire are, they can't. There's nothing on the game for Hampshire, is there? I mean, I'm sure they'll want to win, as indeed Glamorgan want to win here.
Unless there's something in that pitch. There haven't been particularly high scores.
No, no, they haven't. Indeed, they haven't. 272, 311, 177. In comes Salter, bowls short to Haynes, and Haynes clips that around the corner. Doesn't quite time it. Make sure they're not leg bys as ball is chased back towards that. Indeed, they are leg bys, so he didn't get anything on that. But the total goes up by 1, 418 for 4. You need to add, in terms of the lead, take 275 off that and you get the lead. So that's a difficult sum, isn't it?
It is, it's an awkward.
143, I think that is.
That's about it.
in comes Salter, bowls. Forward comes Ibrahim, plays into the offside. There is no run. So there are still 50, I think it'll go to 58 overs left in the day.
Could be more. All depends how long these two. It's Patel, you see, who makes sure that you're well over the required run per over, not the runs per over, the scoring rate and the run rate and the bowling rate, because he rattles through these overs.
He does. He does.
And it will be he who will bowl as the sun comes out this afternoon on the last day of this season from the Cromwell Road end. And he's bowling to the left-handed Haynes and fancies down the pitch and clubs it up towards long on. with the tall figure of Michael Hogan. I wonder how Hogan is feeling, Adrian. He's a little bit melancholy.
Yeah, I'm sure he is. I'm sure he is. Just to say, the game down at, you may have mentioned this there, the game at New Road has ended in a draw. No play today because of a wet outfield. So that game is drawn. Middlesex taking 16 points.
Just what they needed. Tail balls clicked round the corner. There'll be a couple here. Joe Root is having to accelerate with the ball going down the hill. So another couple there and takes Ibrahim up to 15. He's a little bit more adventurous than he was earlier on.
I wonder whether Grant Flower might just have said at lunch, you know, just look to pick up the runs.
Score, just because you get caught on the trap if you get out, just prod in.
Yeah.
As Patel comes around the wicket and tosses this one up, but Patel just blocks it and plays it in front of him.
And there is a result at Trent Bridge where Durham have lost to Notts by 462 runs. So Notts are the champions of Division 2, Middlesex second, Glamorgan third.
Round the wicket, and it's just pushed away to cover. The good news there, sir, is that we shall, what did Vera Lynn said, we'll meet again.
We shall meet again, and I'll look forward.
We shall meet again.
I love coming to Cardiff. I
love coming down here, so perhaps we'll swap for half a season.
So there we are. So we'll look forward to that, Edward.
Yes.
Next we can meet again next year, God willing, and everything else.
Round the wicket comes Patel, and a little sweep there, which goes running down for 4. So he is far more adventurous, I think, perhaps the word is.
Yeah, he was very much in his shell before lunch, but a couple of boundaries since lunch. That was a full toss down the leg side, and he just had to help it round the corner. We just have to remember here that you know, Sussex did lose 4 for 21 in the first innings. I mean, it does seem extraordinary to say when Haynes and Orr had put on, what did they put on, 328. Yeah.
But they're now very selective and not scoring very quickly, so everything helps. What's that advert? Every little helps.
Yeah.
End of the over, and the score have moved on to 425 for 4. I'm still puzzled why MG Hogan has not bowled today.
Yeah, I would agree. I'm surprised by that as well.
Do they think, perhaps, okay, we think that the man perhaps to get or try to get Haynes out is the man who moves the ball, the off spinner of Salter, which moves the ball away from the bat.
Well, possibly.
He's got a couple. Well, he's got 2 of the 4 that's fallen.
In comes Andrew Salter around the wicket to bowl to Haynes, and Haynes drives to short extra cover, fielded in there by Sam Northeast. Is that? Yes, it is. And there is no run. Just the one slip in place and a short leg. As Salter is in again, bowls, and Haynes cuts, and well, he gets an inside edge. He's lucky to get away with that. Could have very easily dragged that on. The ball ends up at short fine leg.
Yeah, he knows also that he's got to get runs. He's got lots of runs, 177, but sometimes you've got to be a little wary.
Yeah.
Salter's bowled pretty well. It's a long bowl for him, but he hasn't been in the side most of it. He did open the batting, as I said, for half the season, but that was not a success.
Picked up a single, Haynes. He's to 177 as in comes Salter again, and Ibrahim is very solidly forward. He's faced 57 balls for his 19 runs. Not that that matters a jot, really. The whole thing is he stays in from a Sussex perspective as they use up time and overs, but they're not out of the woods yet. Salter in from the sea end in bright sunshine bowls. Forward stretches Ibrahim, plays to backward point, and there is no run. The scoreboard shows 57 overs remain. Michael Hogan, no, it's Tim van der Hoek, I'm sorry, a little squarer at Cow Corner. Salter in again. Bowls, gives that a lot of air, a lot of flight, and Ibrahim plays a model forward defensive shot, just plays, drops the hands, Salter gets his cap back from umpire Lungley. It is the end of another over. 57 remaining in the day, 426 for 4. It means the lead is 151 for Sussex. Tom Haynes on 177. There's probably a list somewhere of players who have been on the field for every minute of a day's championship cricket. It's probably a fairly select band, I would think.
Well, I can give you one. The great Alan Jones, you probably heard his name,
yes.
Glamorgan's best a batsman, we could say, with 35,000 runs. He played Somerset at Glastonbury back in the 60s and got 100 in both innings and undefeated opening batsman, and he achieved it. I can remember that. Applause now, well, from the Glamorgan clan. It's nice to see the brotherhood, the kinship, and everything.
Oh, he was caught by the substitute, so he was caught. That's why we didn't spot it. He's caught by the sub-fielder.
All right.
So we'll get that in a moment.
Anyway, here's Patel, bowled the first ball. And it's here. So Glamorgan, what is it saying? Keep in there. Just picking up wickets when they can. As here comes Patel. He picked up 2 wickets. What was that? All middle of the bat. Probably, you get that. Just give encouragement, probably.
At all? Did he manage to get?
He won't tell you where he
got the cue.
Did you go in the queue, Nick? Yes,
Right,
he nods.
Well done. Yeah.
Cooked lunch? No. Yeah. Oh, yes, I suspect he's waving his hand.
Salter bowls, Ibrahim using his feet down the wicket, drives, and he's going to pick up a boundary. No, he's not. It's fielded by Van der Hoekten, well fielded on the edge of the boundary. I shouldn't have guessed that was going for 4. That's a failing.
It's a dangerous shot, you know. You've got a man on the drive, a mid-on.
Yeah.
And we saw how, who was it? Tom Clark perished, trying to hit him over the top. Salter has ball unchanged this morning.
I've got an update to do, so I'll just break off as in comes Salter and bowls. Ibrahim forward, plays onto the onside, and there is no run. 428 for 5. Means the lead is 153. As Salter back to his mark, slip and a short leg go down. He's in and bowls, and forward comes Ibrahim, plays into the offside, and there is no runs. End of the over. I'll do this update and I'll hand over to Nick and Edward. How long are you here for, Edward?
Another quarter of an hour or so.
Okay.
So
Just wait for this to do this. Yes, thank you, Sarah. The penultimate session of the season here at Hove, played in lovely sunshine, but Sussex have lost another wicket since lunch. It's the wicket of Tom Haynes, who batted beautifully. He made 177 to add to the 108 not out he made in the first innings, but he's now gone, and Sussex are 428 for 5. It means they lead by just 153. There are 55 overs left in the game, so this game is in the balance. It could be a draw, it could be a win for Glamorgan. My feeling is we're going to go quite late in the day here at Hove. So bright and sunny, good game of cricket. Sussex 428 for 5. Ibrahim on 21, Charlie Tier yet to score.
as in comes Patel, bowls to Tier, comes right forward. Young batsman who likes to play his shots. We saw that in the first innings. And he's surrounded because he hasn't got off the mark, a slip, short leg, keeper standing up, all giving young Tier some advice, no doubt. As Patel bowls him when he comes and drives to Van der Hoekten at backward square.
You can't drive all the way back to Swansea, Edward, without having some lunch.
No, I'll grab something on the way, certainly. Pay a fortune for a 10-day-old sandwich, as you do in these places. This next ball gets Tier off the mark. He chips it away and goes through for a single. So he's off the mark. Ibrahim is there with him. So much depends on this. Ashraf, we don't know how his approach will be. It's Patel round the wicket, bowls. Ibrahim comes right. Is he a defensive player by nature?
Tier or Ibrahim?
Ibrahim, sorry.
Yes, I would say one thing about Daniel, he's got a very solid technique. One thing I would say is that he perhaps needs to pick up the ones and twos more quickly. So I would say, yes, he is defensive by nature. Yeah. The youngest player ever to make a half-century in the county championship, Edward.
Is that right?
Yes.
about 16, was he? The next one is blocked
16.
again.
And he would have been the youngest to have ever made a century if he'd done so at Worcester last year when he made 94. I'm going to vacate the chair. I'm going to leave you with Nick and with Edward. It just remains me, because I won't be back on with Edward, to wish you well for the winter, Edward. I look forward to seeing you next season. Fingers crossed and all the rest of it.
That's very kind, and the same goes, I'm sure, from the both of us. And all your Welsh listeners, mustn't forget, of course, that Adrian's daughter was a student at Cardiff University. And always welcome in the hillsides down there, as Andrew Salter prepares to bowl, and Nick will prepare to commentate.
Yes, I've had some hot food.
Thank you. Very good.
Salter is in to bowl to Tia, who on the back foot defends a ball that keeps slightly low.
I'm so pleased for you.
Well, it was free.
Yes.
That being its principle, and
Chips?
yes, and an alleged steak and cheese slice. As on the back foot, Tia defends, and well, we don't have to pay, so I'm not going to criticise, but I didn't taste an iota of cheese, and the steak was somewhat liquid.
Is there a queue there?
Yeah, about 5 minutes.
But he certainly is a good player of spin, a young man.
Drives again. That might have been the same result had not Sam Northeast, short mid-wicket, got a hand to it. So Haynes batted for 340 minutes in the second innings and 249 in the first, which was the entire length of the Sussex innings. As Tia on the back foot defends, 589 minutes, which is 11 minutes short of 10 hours. So 9 and 3/4 hours he's
That was
batted.
only in this, well, in the whole...
in the
game. 2 innings, yeah.
Game now, 9 and 3/4 hours. So
Has anybody ever done that before, been on the field? I was just telling Alan Jones said it.
well, there have been people on the field throughout a game, haven't there?
61 in Glastonbury. He got 100, Alan, in both innings. And was on
Glastonbury?
there. Somerset.
All right.
Yeah. That was blocked. Pushed back down.
It's just such a contrast to last night, isn't it, when they were smashing Glamorgan all around Sussex.
They all started, of course, with Hove getting out in the second or third over this morning, getting run out. As Patel comes in and bowls again. Again, Ibrahim pushes forward.
Chloe's gone for a healthy option at the back of the box. It's probably a tastier option than mine was as well.
What she got there?
Sushi.
Where'd she get that from?
Not in the ground.
Then comes Patel and bowls to Ibrahim, who comes right forward. And there is no run. So it looks as if Salter's going to... He must be in the 40s now, I think.
Where are we? This is his 40th.
Yeah.
So close.
Long bowl. Long bowl.
Well, it could be an interesting finish at Edgbaston as Warwickshire look to beat Hampshire. Hampshire 23 for 2.
133.
Needing a further 116. 139 was the overall total. So
nail biting. I know where Kevin Howells is today.
Hampshire bat quite deep, so they might need him. Salter then from the sea end throughout the day. Bowls and Tia turns that one away on the leg side, dealing quite well with it. Nottinghamshire duly completed victory over Durham by 462 runs. Durham 114 for 9 with David Bettingham not able to bat in either innings. Broad finished with 3 for 36. Salter bowls down the wicket, driven firmly and well for 4 runs by Charlie Tia. His second boundary moves on to 9 in the total under 437 for 5. The lead 162. And the Worcester-Middlesex game finally confirmed as a draw, abandoned without a ball being bowled on the final day at New Road, where I suspect neither team particularly wanted to play.
Oh, shame.
Middlesex obviously keen to take the draw points and confirm their promotion ahead of Glamorgan, and Worcestershire probably keen to avoid defeat.
If this is a draw, how many points between second and third?
Oh, now you're asking. It was 9 at the start. As this is driven firmly again by Tia, but to mid-off this time. Well, actually, they'll have the same points, won't they, if this is a draw? Glamorgan maximum bonus plus the draw, so it'll remain a 9-point gap. Were Glamorgan to win it, it would go down to a 1-point gap. Bright afternoon here in Hove as Salter bowls, and Tia turns it gently to northeast mid-wicket, and there is no run.
I think now that it's only my opinion, Glamorgan should employ either Van der Gooten, Harris or Hogan, because Tia has shown, and I'm just repeating myself, but he's a good player of spin in the first innings. Just a change, pace and everything else.
Salter bowls, turned on the leg side by Tia, no run.
Having said that, of course, Nick, there's over 50 overs left.
Could be a reasonable finish at Northampton as well. Northampton 62 for 4, needing a further 149 to beat Essex. Salter bowls down the wicket, firmly driven again, and a good sliding stop by Gorvin at mid-off. He's been on the field all day as a sub for Shubman Gill, Glamorgan's Indian batter. 437 for 5, the lead 162. So there have been a couple of wickets for Sam Cook there, as Northampton have slipped slightly. They've lost, in fact, 3 wickets with the score on 62. So Essex back in the game there. Low-scoring game.
Hogan is going off the field as 12th or 13th man or 14th man has on. Now, whether that's to change his boots, I would think perhaps that's it. But it's Patel, who has also bowled a lot of overs in this match. He's coming on to bowl from the Cromwell Road end. And he is going to bowl it as he comes in and bowls the first ball, and that's clipped away for a single just backward of square on the onside.
Yes, we've seen just 2 or 3 overs of seam with the new ball today. Salter's bowled unchanged from the sea end.
Harris just bowled a couple of overs with a new one and didn't seem to do anything with it. And it was soon back to Patel, who comes walking in, bowls to Charlie Tia, who plays forward up to mid on straightish man on the drive there. And this pitch really is favouring the batsman, as it's done throughout the game. This is the next ball. It's short. It's a dangerous shot there. Tia going to cut that and missed it, taken by Cook. Don't want to play shots like that, young man, when you're attempting to salvage a draw.
Just looking back at Harris's spell, 3 overs for 16. That's all the seam we've seen today.
Patel bowled. That's a flat cover drive played out there. 4 men on that offside, saving a single. Patel bowls, and that's driven over mid-on, and that's going to get him 4. A confident shot by the young man, who picked up a half volley and followed through. There is the man. It's Sam Northeast at a shortish mid-wicket, but he was confident enough that he could launch into that and hit it in the air for 4 runs. And Tia making an impression again, as he did in the first innings. He's moved on to 13, and Glamorgan will be just wondering, keeping on about this seam. Hogan hasn't reappeared as yet. Being a surfeit of spin. as in comes Patel and bowls again to Tier. Tier pushes forward up to short extra cover and there's no run. That's the end of the over. Glamorgan could do a wicket or two. But if you'd said that this morning they would have taken, not long after lunch, 5 wickets, they'd have accepted that gleefully.
Good afternoon to Nick Bennett, who says he's loved tuning in from Norfolk this season. Thank you to Rhys Jenkins for your kind word. Thank you to Peter Woodward as well.
Yes,
Damien Owens suggests that Glamorgan could send Michael Hogan out to open the batting if they do get to bat again.
No, he might get LBW.
Well, that's the point made by Ben Bonney. Need him not to bat so that he'll keep that record of never getting LBW in the professional game.
I'll just do this one last over. It'll either be Cleo or...
Chloe to...
Cleo. What's going on? Mine. Sorry. Is it? I think I'll just grab something and throw it in the car. As if I can describe this over, and one of the others will come in to join Nick. And it's Salter to bowl, and that's driven over the top for 4. And I don't know if it's getting rather weary now, but they'll be glad of these runs, certainly. No, it can't be. I was just thinking, is there an incentive to bowl the slow bowlers and let the runs come? But there's an equal chance, of course, of the slow bowlers getting wickets as much as quicker bowlers on this placid pitch. The lead is mounting, and Ibrahim, who had a very slow start, has got on to 26 with that boundary. It's Andrew Salter. Comes in past umpire Lungley and bowls. And this is just prodded away on the offside.
Emir Evans says diolch yn siwr neu saff adre.
Diolch yn fawr I chi. All that means have a safe journey. Thank you very much, and much appreciated. And yeah, I've seen those emails on my laptop, and I endorse Nick. Thank you very much for listening. We do appreciate it. And watching, of course, as the next ball is sees Ibrahim coming down the pitch, and in the end, just tapping it to short mid-on. A few clouds appear, nothing threatening. It's an oasis of blue, it's dispersed with some fluffy clouds. Andrew Salter from the CN bowls, and that's again pushed away and into the covers. Field still up, inviting the batsman to hit over the top, which they've done a few times. So you finished your lunch there? Okay. Come and join Nick now after this last 2 balls. The next one is played backward of square, and it's fielded by Michael Hogan. Is that Michael Hogan? Is he back on the field? A bit of cloud obliterates my views.
I think that's Van Dochten. It's a bit slightly broader than Hogan.
Here's my last ball of the season. Andrew Salter bowls, Ibrahim leaves, and of the over. Yeah, my thanks to everybody we've worked with this summer. It's been an absolute joy, and also to Nick for his. He hasn't brought the cane out to me on any occasions, but as usual, has been very, very helpful. Yes, thank you very much indeed. Diolch yn fawr I chi gyd. And Chloe will come back into the commentator's chair.
Edward Bevan, thank you very much indeed. Edward and myself will be resuming next season, brackets if selected, as all players and commentators say. 446 for 5. The lead is 171 for the home side, who are hoving towards port, as it were, after some stormy waters at one point this morning rather. this season as well, to a certain extent. They lost 4 wickets in fairly quick succession this morning. Ajaz Patel has been wheeling away most of the day, apart from those 3 overs by Harris from the Cromwell Road end, and his first delivery is allowed to go through outside off stump by Charlie Tier, and there is no run. Edward will be hitting the motorways.
Yep, hopefully he won't hit too much traffic on his way.
Well, there'll be delays on the M25, there always are. Patel bowls a full toss that's punched on the offside by Tier. No run. Has anyone ever been on the M25 without a delay?
I'd be impressed. It's definitely Europe's biggest car park for sure.
Patel bowls outside off stump. No shot played as that one went straight through. A bit of amateur dramatics from the infield.
Yeah, they're doing well. I reckon a lot of these had good scores in drama because I wasn't near the stumps. But
Edward will be comparing the Balconiers Glamorgan end of season dinner on Monday night as Tier drives into the offside. Fielded by Salter, gets there just ahead of Carlson. The cheerleader-in-chief, Kieran Carlson, on as a sub-fielder. Hogan is preparing to come back on, I think. As this is off a thick edge, brilliantly fielded by Carlson as they dash through for a single. Tier slicing that one away to backward point. Carlson made a tumbling stop and kept them down to the single. 447 for 5. The lead 172.
not sure what's happened to the ball here, but something's happened during that stop.
He's only a little chap, Kieran Carlson. He won't have dented it too much. Even if he has fallen on top of it.
I'm supposed to be taking it, though.
Shows it to umpire Lungley. Umpire Baldwin is slightly limping up from the other end after getting a whack on the leg earlier on. I suspect he'll have a bruise there to show.
Yeah, get a nice, purple bruise next few days, probably.
As long as it didn't whack him on the kneecap.
Oh, yeah, it's a painful one.
Hogan is preparing to come back on. He's waiting outside the dressing rooms. Way to our left at the top end of the ground. Are we summoning the box of balls? We are indeed. Umpire Baldwin brings on... Is that the Glamorgan physio with the... No. She hasn't got the balls. The box of balls. It's just a...
Batter's having a drink. I think the ball's fine. We've still got a ball
someone
in
from
hand.
the Sussex staff, sorry. I thought it was Glamorgan's female physio for a moment there. Yeah, the batter's taking a break. Relentless diet of seam. The spin, rather, being keeping up the over rate. So no change of ball on this occasion. It's the one in the summer where they haven't changed the ball.
No, we had that earlier this season, didn't we? There was just so many changes of balls you wouldn't be able to get through.
Yeah, it's the wrong cow that it was made from. They were made from that particular batch, or something like that. The ECB wanted slightly darker balls, apparently, at one point, as that's outside off stump, and Ibrahim plays no shot. He is digging in for grim life at one end. 26 off 82 balls now. 447 for 5. Single off the over, lead 172, and remaining in the game.
48 overs to come.
Well done.
There we go. Teamwork makes the dream work.
Yeah, needs two of us to spot the numbers on the boards, but it's marginally easier at the moment because the sun's gone in.
Yep. We have Salter to continue from the sea end. The sun was quite warm earlier. Had someone on the beach sunbathing.
All right.
Which was, I was like, you're quite brave. Even when the clouds came over, it was still sunbathing, which...
Gosh.
An interesting one. But Salter to continue. As he's got his right arm over, short of length, and that's cut away by Tyr there. That is racing towards the boundary. Yep, and that's gone for 4 by Tyr. Ever such quick footwork to get onto that ball. You saw in his previous innings that he gets onto that slightly shorter length very quickly and just puts it away, which he doesn't bat like an 18-year-old for sure.
56 taking Ajaz Patel in the first part in the first innings, and good solid effort second time round as well.
Yep, Salter coming in again, full of length, and that's driven, and that is caught as a diving catch from mid-off. It's just a... I'm not sure if he quite got over that there, but Tyr is gone for 18 runs.
Excellent catch by sub Andy Gorvin, flinging himself to his right. Looked as though it would beat him and run down to the boundary. But Charlie Tyr, just as I've been talking him up, manages to get himself out. 18, including 4 boundaries. 56 in the first innings, including 11 boundaries in his 50, 12 in his innings, so 16 fours he's hit in the match and scoring 74 runs. 64 out of 74, only 10 he's had to run for.
Yeah, well, that's not too bad, is it? Sussex definitely have a promising young player there, for sure.
They do. Hits the ball hard. Adrian Harms will be back with us shortly. Well, actually, he'll have to take time to eat his lunch. The luncheon arrangements were somewhat less than the other 3 days, because the cafe where we... Oh, stop moaning, Webb. The cafe where we got our lunch on the first 3 days is shut today. 451 for 6. You got more on the banana, Adrian? Or was that it?
No, I bought that. That's what I had vegetarian curry.
Oh, veggie curry.
That's quite nice.
I didn't spot that.
What a catch that was.
Stunning, wasn't it, by Gorvin?
I know.
Making the most of his time on the field today. So, 451 for 6, lead 176. Glamorgan have probably got... not more than about half an hour, I'd say, to take these last 4 wickets to give themselves a chance.
No, there's 48 overs, well, no, 47 and a bit overs left in the day. They really need to get through these last 4 wickets quite quickly to have a shot at chasing these runs down, which Sussex have put on the board ever so quickly. As in comes Salter again, and it's just on the legs of Ashraf, who flicks it to mid-wicket.
Batgate strikes again.
Ooh.
Durham.
Oof. So heavy. Salter comes in again, full of a length and defended by Ashraf. Back to mid-wicket there.
Heavy manners. Durham have accepted a 10-point deduction, well, they don't really have much choice, from the Cricket Discipline Commission after batter Nick Maddinson admitted a breach of ECB directives.
Salter in again, full of length, defended by Ashraf there.
Maddinson used a bat which failed the bat gauge test during Durham's match against Derbyshire on 6th of September. The Commission considered the point mitigation that the offence was committed unintentionally.
Salter in again, full of length, defended by Ashraf there, back to him, bringing the end of the over.
But confirmed the matter had to be dealt with on a strict liability basis, with the responsibility on players to ensure the equipment they use conforms to the laws of the game. The Commission decided an immediate 10-point deduction in the Championship was the appropriate penalty, with no further sanction.
That's 10 points as well. That's a heavy.
That's cool. It's quite a heavy, serious precedent, isn't it? I mean, this season, Durham weren't in the running for the top places.
Yeah.
So that has been an issue that seems to be cracking down on this season. Ajaz Patel to start a new over, and Ibrahim drives down into the ground, the ball bouncing up to Gorvin to cover. And there's no run. 4:51 for 6, lead 176. Durham having been thrashed by Notts today. Not a good day for them. Ibrahim defends back to Patel. 4 wickets left for Sussex to hold out. A reasonable length of time for a draw. 47 overs potentially left in the game. Ibrahim drives into the offside. Well fielded again by Gorvin at cover, who's having a good day on the field as a sub-fielder. Patel to Ibrahim again, turns it round the corner to short fine leg. Billy Roots in a unusual position, about 25 metres from the bat, like being up in the circle in a one-day game. There is no circle. Patel bowls, sweep shot. Root will be called into action here, but only to retrieve the ball from the boundary's edge, because that has run away, maybe off a bottom edge for 4. Ibrahim moves to 30, and the total on to 455 for 6, effectively 180 for 6. Had some activity in the skies above us, haven't we?
Yeah, that's familiar noise down here in Brighton. You always find, well, any seafront really.
Small and noisy plane heading overhead. Patel is in, and Ibrahim defends to Van der Hoogten at point. There is no run, end of the over. 4:55 for 6. Ibrahim has 30. Ashraf is yet to score. And the wickets since lunch: Haynes caught sub, Gorvin bowled Patel 177. Tia caught sub, Gorvin bowled Salter for 18. So Patel and Salter between them have been involved in every wicket, and indeed combined for 2 of them.
Yeah, they've done a serious shift here today. You can see on the scoreboard that Salter's bowled 42 overs so far in this game, well, this innings. So I'm sure he'll be lying vertical tomorrow. Salter in, just creeping down the leg side. That's left alone by Ashraf as it's chucked back to Salter. Or they might be jumping in the sea again, as they have been doing in the mornings, I've heard.
Brave boys.
Yeah, Salter coming again, right arm round, full of length, defended by Ashraf. He's really firing it at Ashraf's front pad here. So it's not given Ashraf much to score, really. He's yet to score in this innings, as Salter comes in again, full of length and defended by Ashraf there. There's both 3 dot balls in this over, as Salter's returning to the top of his mark from the C end. Turning, and full of length this time, is driven by Ashraf, but cut off by mid-on there, who gives it a little bit of a shine before it's passed back to Salter again for the final 2 balls of his over, having no run come off it so far. Salter in again, firing at that front pad, and that's been defended by Ashraf there. And the man at cover comes round to pick up. They've all given it a little bit of a look after, as it's being passed back around the field. Passed back to Salter in his 43rd over of this innings. He comes again outside off, and that's driven by Ashraf, but finds a man at cover. Between the end of the over and another maiden, that would be Salter's 7th maiden. So Sussex remain on 455.
Lead 180 then. Elsewhere, Middlesex's game against Worcestershire abandoned as a draw, so Middlesex officially gets those 16 points. That means that they will finish ahead of Glamorgan, even if Glamorgan were to snatch a win here. Nottinghamshire beating Durham by 462 runs. So Durham not only got very few bonus points from that match, but losing 10 today. Leicestershire have just snuck into the lead against Derbyshire on 320 for 4 in their second innings, 1 ahead. Patel is in to bowl, and that one kept a bit low as Ibrahim allowed it to go through. Adrian Harms is on vital duties here, doing his expenses. Good luck. You'll see the money in about 3 weeks' time if you're lucky. Patel is in to bowl. Stretching forwards and defending is Ibrahim. Now, Warwickshire need to beat Hampshire. Warwickshire were bowled out for 177. Hampshire needing 139 to win, 49 for 3. Patel bowls, appeal for LBW.
No.
Maybe a little bit too much drift there down towards leg side, unless he got significant turn and was hidden from us.
Hitting outside leg.
By Cook and Lloyd. Backs to us at slip and blocking the point of impact. Patel bowls forward, stretches Ibrahim. So Hampshire needing 139 to win, 49 for 3. And if Warwickshire win, they will stay up and send Yorkshire down. Anxious times at Headingley. As Patel bowls, driven into the offside by Ibrahim, beats the dive of Gorvin. Salter is off in pursuit. He'll pick it up just inside the deep cover boundary, and they'll settle for a couple of runs. 457 for 6, lead 182. Northants have slumped to 73 for 6, needing a further 138 to beat Essex. Harmer's got 2 for 6. Of that BBC County Team of the Season, as voted for by our listeners and readers. You can read that on the BBC Sport website. Patel in from the Cromwell Road end. Ball flicks up to Byram. There's a token appeal from short leg. It was no more than a polite inquiry, I think. Ibrahim is unmoved, and so is umpire Paul Baldwin. 457 for 6, lead 182, and 44 overs remaining in the match. Of course, you have to knock off 2 if they change between innings, unless that is coinciding with the tea break. Salter and Patel having a chat, saying maybe, do you think anyone else will do any work today? As umpire Lungley is inspecting the ball once more.
Yeah, we're just having a little look there. Having a bit of a chat with the umpire as Salter gives his cap to the umpire. So he's going to bowl his 44th over. That is a serious shift from a spinner here. Both spinners have done a serious amount of bowling today. As Salter comes in, right arm round into the front pad of Ashraf, who pads it down to a square leg, who's just on the single there, so a dot ball.
There's some building work just outside the ground, in case you were wondering about the noises.
Nice hum of a drill. As Salter comes in again from right arm round, full of a length, and that's defended by Ashraf. We've seen today actually that batters have really struggled to get going on it. It's taken a lot for batters to get their first single. So it's clearly quite hard against these 2 spinners as Salter comes in again, full of a length and driven back to him. As Ashraf remains without a run on the board as of yet. As Salter turns and is coming in again, full of a length, defended again by Ashraf. Okay, a little bit of applause there. And some very nice blue skies, actually. As Salter comes in again for his 5th ball of the over, full of length and driven. Oh, that's an excellent stop. Is that caught and bowled? Oh,
That is a
wow,
stunner.
that is an incredible caught and bowled. Ashraf's gone for a duck. That's an incredible catch by Salter. He's one-handed dive for a caught and bowled. I wasn't sure if it hit the floor first.
Unbelievable, wasn't it? I thought it might be a half volley. Salter just took off, and that is one of the best caught and bowls you will see in a long, long time. And Fahim Ashraf wanders off towards the pavilion, disconsolate. He's gone for naught, 457 for 7. Salter has 4 for 120. And, well, what a marathon from Glamorgan's off-spinner in this last match of the season. Thank you to Gareth Lewis for your comments. Have a good winter, he says to Ed myself. No doubt to Chloe and Adrian as well. Catch you in April. Might even listen to some of the rugby as well, if you want, Gareth, if you're interested in that. I'll be doing commentaries from Cardiff Arms Park tomorrow night and Swansea.com Stadium on Saturday afternoon on BBC Radio Wales and BBC Sport Online. URC games kind of plug in for my other activities. Adrian will no doubt give details of what he's up to football-wise through the winter as well. Have you got a preferred winter sport, Chloe?
Preferred winter sport is cricket the whole year round for myself.
All right.
Back into winter training, start of November.
Oh, yeah. Do you watch anything other than cricket or just...
Sometimes watch football.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes watch football. Not really. I've tried with rugby and I just can't get my head around it. Yeah, I can't get my head around it.
Yeah, it is quite a complicated game, and the thing is not to worry about it if the referee blows his whistle and the players don't know what it's about half the time.
Sometimes watch netball.
Yeah.
It was quite good to watch. That's really it. I wanted to go watch some ice hockey last year, but didn't manage to. So Salter comes in for his final ball of it over to Carson, who defends it to short leg, and that brings the end of the over. It's 44th over, being a wicket maiden. And Sussex are now 457 for 7, and Ibrahim is on 32 of 94 deliveries, and Carson is the new batter in. What other sports do you...
Mainly a rugby man in the winter. Well, that's where I make my money. I've drifted away from watching. I don't really watch much football on television these days. Edwards, the football man, he's gone from rugby to football over recent years. And it's just looking at Welsh netball activities. They've got a couple of tests coming up against Uganda in Cardiff, which are Saturday night and Sunday afternoon, if you're interested in going along. And Sunday's match is live on S4C television.
That'll be good.
So those are in Cardiff. The Ugandan she cranes. There's appeal for LBW. Pushing forward was Ibrahim. No response from Paul Baldwin. And this is before the World Cup qualifiers for Wales up in Glasgow. And Wales, the team's just been rebranded as the Welsh Feathers.
Okay.
Which is an interesting decision. As Patel is into bowl, and forward comes Ibrahim. I know feathers are on one of the symbols of Wales, but I'm sure if you want a fairly robust sport like netball associated with a fairly fragile thing like feathers.
Yeah.
As that is driven out into the offside.
I would have thought they would have gone along with something like dragons or something.
Yeah, well, the Super League side is the Celtic Dragons, based in Cardiff. Patel into bowl, and Ibrahim is forward defending. Oh, they'll take a single out into the offside. Well judged single. Just spotted a little bit of a gap as Gorvin came in from cover. Chris Cook keeping wicket there. I've watched 1 or 2 netball matches with him because my daughter used to play for the same club as his wife.
Okay.
There were quite a few rugby personnel watching on the sidelines. Patel bowled, squeezed away on the offside by Carson, the new bat. No run. Ball tossed back to Patel, who just stands next to the umpire. Ambles in. Doesn't even break into a trot. Turned by Carson to Byram at short leg, but off the pad. No run. Another over ticks by. 42 gone to go, potentially, in this match. Sussex's lead has risen by a massive 1 in the space of the last couple of overs. It's now 183. Bit of dark sky coming overhead.
Yeah.
Switch round on light tonight. Chloe heads up.
Yes. Yes.
It'll move over the ball.
Right, okay. Captain Adrian is ordering tactical changes. As Salter is in to bowl from the C end, and that's pushed forward down towards point, but they don't take the single.
I notice Hampshire have lost a 4th wicket, 56 for 4. There'll be jitters in Yorkshire at the moment.
Well, they will, and they can do nothing about it.
No?
Worst possible situation.
Yeah.
Like Glamorgan watching affairs in Worcester. Salter bowls, driven back past him on this occasion. There's no run. Wasn't that a fabulous caught and bowled from Salter?
Do you know what? I was just we had a message to say we weren't going out on the BBC stream, and I was just having a look to make sure the equipment was working okay. And with that, Chloe called the catch.
Yeah.
It was funny actually because Chloe said, "Wow, is that a catch?" It was, it obviously was an extraordinary catch.
Yeah, my reaction was it could have been a hit on the half volley. And it was definitely claimed cleanly. Salter then from this C end to bowl and cut away. There'll be runs here down towards the dressing room for Ibrahim. It won't reach the boundary. James Harris overhauls it and turns, gets his throw in straight away and keeps them down to 2 for 60 for 7, lead 185.
Well, they'll definitely chase these, won't they? I mean, they'll lose probably a couple of overs for a changing innings, but I think anything around 8, 9 and over, they'll have a dart at. Why not? It's the end of the season.
Salter in, down the wicket comes Ibrahim and defends when he gets there. One slight issue, as we saw in the Sussex innings with players off the field, it may be that Shubman Gill has to come in down the order after being off the field today.
They are secure in 3rd place. I don't know whether there's prize money on offer for...
Salter bowls, keeps a little bit low. Ibrahim digs it out. Trickles on the offside. 460 for 7 here on BBC Sport Online. At BBC Sussex Sport, at NickWeb 2017 for your thoughts on the season. Salter bowls, noodled away on the leg side by Ibrahim, but no run taken.
Well, he's chewed up a lot of balls here, Daniel Ibrahim. He's 104 balls for his 35. I mean, that doesn't matter a jot in the whole scheme of things. What is important is the lead, which Nick has said is 185. The overs remaining, which are 41. Now, they would lose 2 overs for the change of innings, unless, of course, it's done at tea. I have no idea when tea's going to be today. It's very. I would imagine it's probably 3:10, but I may be wrong.
That's the standard, isn't it?
Yeah, particularly on the last day.
They tend to stick to the timings on the last day, if at all possible.
But you'd have thought if I don't know, if they had to chase a couple of hundred in 30 overs, 7 and over.
Yes.
Yeah, they've always got the option of shutting up shop, haven't they? If they lose quick wickets, but it could be an entertaining. I hope the weather's not going to spoil it because it is bubbling up a little bit to the west of the ground.
Nah.
Fingers crossed, and not much wind around today. It is going to be Patel, who's in his 33rd over, figures of 2 for 136 as in and bowls with 2 slips and a short leg, and Carson is forward, plays into the onside. There is no run, fielded by Byram. Good game if, we hadn't lost those overs on the first day. We did 41 overs on the first day. Patel in again bowls, gives that plenty of air. Carson forward. He's on a pair, Jack Carlson. He's averted the king pair.
It's been a mixed performance from Sussex's batters, haven't they? They've either starred or got out cheaply.
Yeah. And we did say, they have lost wickets quickly in clusters, and then they've gone long periods, as Orr and Haynes showed, where they batted very well as Patel bowls, and Carlson is forward and plays that down the offside of the track, and there is no run. 2 slips and a short leg, a short extra cover. In catching positions, then there's a backward point cover mid-off, mid-on, and a square leg. Nobody out at all for Glamorgan. As in comes Patel bowls, and Carlson is forward. Back down the track. Interesting that Michael Hogan hasn't bowled. I don't know whether he's got an injury or...
Wouldn't have thought so. It's just they've only bowled 3 overs of seam all day, haven't they?
They have. Patel in the bowls, Carlson forward. He gave that some air, didn't he?
Oh, it's really being lobbed up
Really
now,
was,
isn't it?
that was really being lobbed.
Here it is, hit it. It's there to be hit.
Well, the final 2 Sussex batsmen, Sean Hunt and Brad Curry, waiting up on the balcony, watching nervously as in comes Patel. He gave that plenty of air as well, and Carlson is forward. Plays him on. It's a maiden over from Ajaz Patel, and Sussex are 460 for 7. The lead still 185, but another over goes by.
I wonder if it is time to give pace a blast at one end.
Yeah, I think you might be right.
Even if they're not likely to get much help from the wicket, just to break things up a bit.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's certainly worth a try.
Try and get through Ibrahim. I suppose they have chipped away this afternoon. What was it? 4 down at lunch, I believe. Was it 4 or 5 down at lunch?
At lunch, they were 4 down, 406 for 4.
So 3 wickets have fallen since lunch in an hour and 10. Salter bowls, driven to mid-on by Ibrahim, no run. Gerontius, thank you to your words. Commentary far superior to that on a certain TV station. Thanks to you all. There we are. Cheers, Gerontius. Salter bowls worked away on the leg side by Ibrahim, single taken out to Van der Hoogten at mid-wicket, 461 for 7, leading by 186.
Yeah, I mean, they always have the option, don't they, in these games where they can shake hands after a certain period of time. But I don't think Glamorgan are in any mood to shake hands just yet, Now
they've got a clutch of infielders as Salter bowls. Carson defends gently to point, no run.
It's interesting, in that game at Edgbaston, James Vince is one of the 4 wickets that have gone down. Currently, Ben Brown is in with Nick Gubbins. Exciting times at Edgbaston.
Salter bowls and Carson defends.
Good delivery that, wasn't it? He thought for a minute he'd breached Jack Carson's defences.
Nazim Shah, the Pakistani pace bowler, is out of the remaining T20 internationals against England because of COVID. Salter into Carson, forward defensive.
Yes, there seem to be increasing sort of people that you know, and era of people of COVID reoccurring, which is all a little worrying.
And his cases are going up in Britain as Salter fires in a much quicker delivery, and Carson watches it carefully, digs it out. He's yet to score, but he's yet to be dismissed, which is the key for Sussex. 461 for 7, single off the over, 186 the lead, 39 overs. 39 overs. There's still plenty of blue sky around. There are some rather more threatening dark clouds around. Let's hope they stay away for the remaining 39 overs of the season here at Hove. And thank you for all your many messages today and over the last few days as well. For Nick and myself, both on Twitter and email, it's been good to hear so many people getting in touch. So thank you for that. Patel's going to bowl his 34th over from the Cromwell Road end. He's in to bowl to Jadil Ibrahim, who sweeps, and the ball loops over keeper Cook. Now, are they runs, or are they buys, or are they leg buys? They are runs. Hines, top edge.
So that was a slightly risky shot from Ibrahim. He gets up another single. He goes to 37, 462 for 7. Makes the lead 187, is that right? Yes. In comes Patel and bowls, and Carson is forward. To the onside, there is no run. He does like to give the ball a bit of a crack, does Jack Carson, but he'll be very keen not to play a loose shot and get himself out whilst trying to attack the bowling. Patel in and bowls. Carson forward, defends again. I mean, there is something to be said in a situation like this. You know, if you did come in and hit a quick 30 or 40, that almost certainly puts the game beyond Glamorgan in terms of Glamorgan chasing down a target. On the other hand, if you get out, you're not going to be terribly popular with the coach. In comes Patel again, bowls. Carson drives his full toss through the covers, and then he's going to race away for 4 runs. Waiting for that, Jack Carson, and it was a nice full toss, and he just eased the ball through the covers for his first runs. Takes Sussex to 466 for 7. Lead of 191.
Yeah, Glamorgan will finish 3rd and Sussex 7th, whatever the outcome here.
Yeah.
Both teams keen to end on a positive, as Tom Haynes said to you. Positive could be just a good draw, having conceded 500 on first innings and had 2 days and most of a session to bat out.
And clearly the 3 best sides in the division. Notts won 8 times, Middlesex 6, Glamorgan have won 6. Glamorgan could win 7 and not go up. In comes Patel bowls. Well, it looks like a full toss as well. In fact, he gave it plenty of air, and it was played back down the track by Carson.
Yeah, outplayed by Middlesex twice, to be fair.
Yeah.
Although Glamorgan did win one and draw one against Notts, who finished top of the heap.
Comes Patel bowls, and Carson plays his back to the square on the leg side. There's more runs here for Jack Carson. Is it going to go all the way to the boundary? Billy Root in hot pursuit drags the ball just inside the ropes. But not before Carson comes back for 2 more runs, and Sussex go to 468 for 7 at the end of Patel's over. I kind of agree with Nick, actually. I just wonder, well, I think David Lloyd's captained very well here, so who am I to say? But I just wonder whether a blast from one end. In fact, there's a bit of a brains trust there now, having a natter away. Chris Cook is having a word to Michael Hogan. I wonder whether David Lloyd wandering over as well. So I just wonder whether we are going to get a change. Interesting, at the bottom of the table, Leicestershire without a win all season. 9 defeats. In terms of defeats, Sussex coming next in terms of defeats. 6 of their 13 games they've lost, and just the 1 win. I guess that's why those 2 are at the bottom of the table, because in the rest of the table, nobody else has lost more than 3. So Derbyshire, Durham... Oh, no, I'm sorry. Yes, that's right. Derbyshire, Durham, Worcestershire, Glamorgan all lost 3. Middlesex and Notts lost 2. So there is a natter going on now. Michael Hogan standing with his hands in his pockets. I can see it. Ed Byram, David Lloyd, Chris Cook, all there probably saying, right, come on, what do we reckon here? So the lead is 193. Is that right?
Yep.
Yes, 193.
The over race is +10 again. Glamorgan have hit double figures for the 2nd successive match.
I don't know what headphones I've got on, but I might be waiting for an update. So which one am I into? Oh, that's right. These ones are the OK ones, I think. Yeah. Our equipment is sort of the equipment needs to go to the engineer.
End of season-ish.
It's a bit end of season. It's been trawled around the country, and it needs a bit of TLC, I think, before next season. In comes Salter. Comes in on bowls and clipped by Ibrahim to mid-wicket, and there is no run. So we should be due an update, and then I'll hand back to Nick. Still 37 overs to be bowled after this one. Repeating, Glamorgan would lose 2, provided and this is in the T interval. Ibrahim down the wicket, drives high, wide and handsome, and that's gone for 6 runs. Thank you, Callum, in the studio. So that's a good shot by Ibrahim. And that's maybe just what Sussex need, because it just extends that lead to 199. And Daniel Ibrahim has batted very nicely. 43, he's chewed up a lot of balls, as Dan Ibrahim. So for the time being, Glamorgan are persisting. with spin. Yes, they are, Danny. They're playing for the draw, but it isn't quite secured yet because since lunch, Glamorgan have taken 3 wickets. Tom Haynes, wonderful game for him. He was actually out for 177. Since then, Charlie Tier has been out, and Fahim Ashraf was brilliantly caught and bowled by Andrew Salter. So Sussex now 474 for 7. They lead by exactly 199, and there are 37 overs to be bowled tonight. So it could well be that we may see a run chase later on here today on the last day of the season, but Sussex 474 for 7. Daniel Ibrahim, the 18-year-old, faring very nicely. He's on 43. Well, it might well be, and if Glamorgan get a chance to chase these down, they were in the hunt for promotion until this game. They can't get promoted now due to results elsewhere, but I think if there's any chance, throw comes in, that looks like it might be a run-out. Live on air, the ball hits the stumps, the umpire says not out, but a brilliant piece of fielding. Nearly a live run-out, Danny, but the Sussex lead now 200, and we could be in for an exciting last couple of hours here of the cricket season.
Yeah, that was superb from Ajaz Patel from mid-on, and hit the stumps from around about 30-35 metres away. I think the decision was correct and that Carson was home, although he didn't run terribly directly there. He seemed to wander around a little bit on the wicket.
Salter in bowls. Carson defends solidly out into the offside, and there is no run. That is the end of the over. 475 for 7. Ibrahim 44, Carson 6. So 37 overs left in the match. I guess it could be more than that because the over rate is plus 10, so it might well be. I don't know quite how that works actually, Nick. I mean, it's if Sussex, does time come into that equation or not? I'm not quite sure how it works.
Yeah, there's a last hour, isn't there? An hour after tea. Generally go into the last hour with a minimum 16 there, I believe.
Right.
Although it's not very often that it happens. So if they were if they were say 10 on the board when the last hour began, then they could get 16 in, a few extra. Ajaz Patel wheeling away from the Cromwell Road end, and forward comes Ibrahim and defends. Salter began the season in remarkable style with a 7-wicket haul, career best against Durham, which was in rather unusual circumstances. As Patel floats it up, it's driven hard into the offside. This time Gorvin can't field cleanly. The ball bounces up off his boot, I think, and he didn't know where it was for a moment, but they've taken a single. Ibrahim moves on to 45 not out. In the opening game of the season, Durham were looking to push on and declare on the final morning, and kept on hitting the ball up in the air. And Salter was a very grateful recipient of those wickets as Carson stretches forward and looks to kill the spin. 476 for 7. Decent effort for Glamorgan to take those 7 wickets today, but really Sussex got off such an incredible start yesterday as Carson is beaten pushing forward, and it eludes both the outside edge and the stumps. Northeast is now in at second slip, and there is a short leg as well, as that's deflected into Byram's shins by Carson. Bounces away towards mid-wicket, no run. Cook possibly offering Jack Carson a word there. He's so-and-so maybe. 476 for 7. The lead has gone over 200, 201. That one is turned past Byram by Carson. There's another shy at the stumps at the non-striker's end, but it misses as Carson scampers home. 477 for 7. Sussex in their second innings, having been 275 behind on first innings. The lead 202, and this match will be remembered, I'm sure, by two of Sussex's batters in particular. Ali Orr with 198 to add to his first innings 45, and Tom Haynes, who was on the field for best part of 10 hours before he was dismissed.
Just reading here about, I'm not wishing to rub salt in the wounds in any way at all, but Middlesex's promotion. Toby Rowland-Jones, I didn't realise, picked up 67 championship wickets.
Oh, yes.
I mean, that's you know, we were talking here about, you know, Sussex, and Sean Hunt is Sussex's leading wicket taker with 18. And comes Salter bowls to Carson plays into the offside, and you know, the point I'm trying to make is that you do need someone, you know, you need somebody that amount of wickets, you're giving yourself a chance of winning games. Sussex batting, as we know, has really been pretty good during the season. In comes, that kept low, and well dug out by Jack Carson, plays it into the offside, there is no run. Sussex will benefit with a fit Jack Carson from the whole of next season. With any luck, he's only played these last 3 championship games. He's waiting now as Andrew Salter is on his way. In and bowls, Carson is forward, solidly defending onto the onside. North East picks up the ball at mid-wicket, and there is no run.
Michael Hogan, Glamorgan's leading wicket taker with 45. Michael Nisa, 37. Andrew Salter, 32.
There you go. Comes Salter bowls, and defending is Carson, I should say. Plays onto the onside, there is no run, still a slip and a short leg.
Salter has today moved just ahead of James Harris on 31. Van der Hoogten 24.
So you've got 4 bowlers who've took over 30 wickets.
Yes.
Yeah, well, that's where you've won 6 games. In comes Salter bowls, and Carson with a flick of the wrists plays to mid-wicket, fielded by North East. And again, there is no run. The sun has disappeared and completely in shade at the moment as Andrew Salter, who's in his 48th over. 48 overs, 8 maidens, 4 for 130. And he's on his way in. Bowling to Carson, and Carson is forward, played back down the track. That's the end of another over. The over's beginning to run away now. 35 overs remaining in the day. 477 for 7. The lead for Sussex is 202.
Yes, I foresee if Glamorgan do get the outside chance of a chase, Sussex might have to waste a bit of time, to be absolutely frank about it, so that they don't bowl excess overs.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right, Nick.
And they might have to risk losing a point or 2 for over 8 in order not to lose the match.
Which wouldn't be the first time this season. Patel's going to carry on, so I thought we were going to see some Michael Hogan, who seemed to be limbering up.
We've had 34 overs with this ball already, only 3 of which have been bowled with seam from James Harris. They cost 16 runs. And they quickly switched back to Patel, as he is in and bowls, and Ibrahim stretches forward and defends. So Lloyd is now the only slip for Ibrahim. There's Byram in at short leg. Close-ish fielders at mid-wicket and short extra and backward point. Salter tosses one up. It's driven past cover, and a tumbling stop in the outfield by, I think, Van der Hoogten. Was that Hogan?
I think it's Hogan.
Hogan, the long limbs, and he gets a round of applause from the faithful in the crowd. Not sure if any of his fan club are here who came to support him in the T20.
Yes, they came down from Burgess Hill for that, just up the A23.
Patel bowls, Carlson blocks.
I remember you were doing your interview, Nick, and they were cheering, and they had yellow T-shirts on, didn't they?
That's right.
I presume they were Australians, but I don't think they were.
No, it's Michael Hogan's Sussex fan club. That one kept a little bit low, but it was well defended by Carson. Out on the onside, trickling up to mid-on. No run. Carson 7 off 31 deliveries. Patel wanders up Tosses it up, appeal for LBW, not given. Appeal died away fairly quickly on that occasion.
Yeah. Just for a moment, I think Jack Castle's heart might have been in his mouth. There's certainly nothing wrong with height.
That's a reasonable inquiry, that.
No, I agree.
As Northeast is brought in to second slip for Carson, who is forward, defending, and I think apart from a full toss that he managed to put away, has shown little appetite to play attacking shots. End of another over ticking by, though. Sussex lead by 203 with 3 wickets in hand, 34 overs remaining in the game. Realistically, if Sussex get to tea, they're all right.
You'd have thought so. You'd have thought so. Another natter going on amongst the senior players here about what they should do. Just in terms of this Glamorgan side, Nick, and I mentioned this yesterday. Winning the 50 over last year, I think that gives a fillip to a side. They've obviously had a good season in the Championship. The nucleus of this side, so I'm talking Lloyd, Northeast, Byram, Cook. They'll be around next season, presumably Ingram.
Ingram's yet to be confirmed.
Okay.
Labuschagne probably, Labuschagne has signed, so hopefully will be available for the first 2 months.
Van der Hoopton?
Yep, he's expected to get a new deal.
Yeah.
That could well be the subject of an announcement shortly.
Right. So what I'm saying is the nucleus of this side will be together next season. So
absolutely. I mean, it's not a young side. That's the trouble. Critics have pointed out to the lack of relative scarcity of homegrown products, but certainly the first team is pretty solid.
As in comes Salter and bowls to Ibrahim, who's forward, plays down the track. And there is no run. Live cricket here on the BBC, the dying embers of the 2022 cricket season. Andrew Salter is in and bowls to Daniel Ibrahim, and Ibrahim is forward and plays nicely down the ground and picks up a single. He goes to 47, Sussex to 479 for 7. Salter wheeling away. He's nearly up to a half century of overs. 48 overs and 2 balls, 9 maidens, 4 for 131. His figures. He's still got the slip and the short leg in place. As Salter is in, bowls, and Jack Carson is forward, plays it down the offside of the track. No run. Jack Carson has faced 34 deliveries. He's only made 7, but it's about Sussex now just trying to chew up balls and time. If they can get runs, all well and good. In comes Salter again, bowls, and Carson defends down the offside of the track. And again, there is no run. A rather weary Andrew Salter wanders down the offside of the track and picks up the ball and wanders back to his mark. David Lloyd, sorry.
Don't carry on.
Let's say David Lloyd stands at slip. He looks like he's pondering what he's going to do. Is he going to get one of his quicks in for a bit of a blast maybe before tea? We shall see. Salter in again, bowls. Carson is forward again, very content just to play out. Here is Jack Carson. We've got 33 overs left after this delivery. Salter, 3 men saving, 1 on the offside, 3 on the leg. In comes Salter, bowls, and Carson plays that to one of those fielders on the leg side. It's the backward square leg, fielded there by Michael Hogan. Another over slips by, just the 1 run off of it. Carson on 7, Ibrahim 47, so it's 479, I think that is, for 7. So the lead is 204. If you missed it earlier on today, Tom Haynes, a wonderful innings, 177, Ali Orr 198. Those two adding 328, the 4th highest opening partnership in Sussex's history, which dates back to 1839. A fine partnership, but since then, Glamorgan have slowly worked their way through the order with Alsop out for 3, Clark for 3, Hudson Prentice 10, Tier for 11. I think I didn't make a note of that, which is very sloppy of me. 18, apologies, and Fahim Ashraf without troubling the scorers. Chloe's back with us.
Yeah, when we rejoined, it's a bit more cloud cover now than when I as well.
There is, yes. I hope it's not going to rain, because it would be a shame if we finish the season with the covers being brought on. But increasingly, as the minutes and the overs tick by, it looks like we're heading for a draw. But you never quite know.
Yeah, you never know with cricket. It's one of those games, isn't it? But Patel comes in left arm round, and that's defended by Ibrahim. But if Glamorgan have to bat again, they'll definitely have to go jalapeno mode for sure. They're gonna.
Yeah, they will, and they might do that for a while, you know.
Yeah, Patel coming in again, left arm round, full of length, defended by Ibrahim there. I reckon if Sussex gets tea, as you guys were just saying, I think they'll be okay. Well, not for Glamorgan's case.
Yeah.
As Patel comes again, just on the length, that's worked into the leg side by Ibrahim, and he has another singles to his name, as that is picked up by Billy Root. With number 7 on his back, as that's chucked back around the field.
Another email coming from Gary Knight, who's a regular contributor. Thank you, Gary. I'll read your email out as we go through the over, but Patel does come in for a very short run, so we didn't get a lot of time.
Patel coming in again, just defended by Carson there. 2 slips and a short leg in around the bat. So it's just being shined. Yeah, it's only 2 balls left in the over. Gets through his over so quickly. That's probably why they have got, well, over rate of +10.
+10, yes. You don't see that too often in county championship cricket, sadly.
Definitely not. Patel coming in again. That's defended by Carson. And that will be as Patel walks back to his mark for the final ball of the over. It gives it a little bit of a shine. You can see the red marks on his white trousers from where he's been shining the ball so much. As Patel comes in again, and that's defended by Carson, not convincingly, but that will be the end of the over. So Ibrahim will take the strike for the next over, and Sussex are 480 for 7.
Gary says, as I write, Sussex are manfully striving to achieve a draw, which would be a decent result considering the position we were in for the majority of the match. I'm not sure if you read my email yesterday. I was had to pop out late afternoon, but let's hope the necessary changes are made over the winter to provide some optimism for 2023. Perhaps we might even see the return of your lucky jumper. Yeah, I do have a very purple jumper that I've kind of given up wearing, really, because it wasn't bringing Sussex any luck at all. So perhaps it'll come out next season. Ajaz Patel seems to be celebrating something. I'm not entirely sure what, but he's raising his hand in the air as if he'd sort of scored the winning goal or something in an important final. So I'd like to thank you and all your fellow commentators for your excellent work this season, and wish all the best for the winter months. Looking forward to next April already. Well, hear to that, Gary, and thank you for your email, which I'm sure I read out yesterday. We've had a lot of emails during this game. It's been wonderful. Thank you all so much, and thank you in particular, Gary. You're a very great supporter of our coverage, and thank you indeed. Patel takes up his fielding position down below us, and Andrew Salter is coming in to bowl his 50th over of the innings. He'll have earned a cold beer on the coach back to the Welsh capital tonight, if indeed they're going back tonight. I presume they are. I presume David Lloyd isn't, because Nick was saying, or Ed was saying, he's running the London Marathon on Sunday.
Wow.
So good luck to him. The sun is going to return, and some more blue skies drifting in as in comes Salter bowls to Ibrahim, who plays onto the onside, and there is no run. The over's ticking away. We'll have 31 left after this. Yeah, you get the feeling with the Glamorgan that they're almost resigned now. There's one or two just having a bit of a... They're not messing about, don't get me wrong. They're just having a bit of a laugh and a joke with each other in the final few overs, as the sun is covering half the ground and the rest of the ground is in shade. In comes Salter bowls, and Ibrahim, with a flick of the wrists, plays to mid-wicket, and there is no run. It's Kieran Carlson, sort of the joker in the team. He seems to be geeing everybody up out there with some various exercises. There he goes again. Mid-wicket. Salter in bowls, and well, a bit of extra bounce there. Deceived Daniel Ibrahim. Well taken by Chris Cook, who's a very impressive wicket-keeper, I have to say. I think you're going to judge a keeper for my money when you see them standing up to the stumps, and he's pretty much as good as you get.
Yeah, definitely. It's always handy having a pair of gloves behind the stumps that you can trust to take very difficult. Yeah,
and when you're standing up, it's a real art. Salter in bowls on the full and driven by Ibrahim down the ground for his 49th run. Total goes to 481 for 7. One more ball remaining in this, the 118th over of the innings. after which there'll be 31 overs remaining. Tea, we think, will be at 3:10 because generally it's at 20 to 4. We started half an hour early, and if these two carry on bowling, we might be down, well, we've got another half an hour, no, another 20 minutes. May always be down to sort of, 24 overs left, something like that. So there may not be huge amount of cricket left. In comes Salter bowls and down the leg side. That's what I mean about a good bit of keeping. Chris Cook down the leg side, low down, shin high. That's an excellent take.
Yeah, that's not an easy take.
A couple of the Glamorgans indulging in some slip catching. Kieran Carlson and I think Billy Root. Look at them there. Oh, they're yeah. No, it wasn't. It was young. It was Andrew Gorvin. Is it? What's his first name?
Andrew Gorvin, yeah.
Andrew Gorvin and Kieran Carlson were throwing the ball to each other and just a bit of practicing slip catching. Anyway, end of the over. It's going to be a lovely late afternoon, I think, because lots and lots of blue skies arriving across over. I think the cricket season is finishing in the nick of time. I think the forecast for tomorrow here is not good. I don't think Saturday's good at all. So, but we're finishing with a flourish here on the 29th of September.
Patel to continue from a Cromwell Road, and he's bowling his 38th over. So it's a serious shift from a spinner's day. They've really got through these overs very quickly.
They have.
As Patel comes in, left arm round, slightly slower delivery, and that's patted back to him. Give it a little bit more flight on that ball than he has been.
I'll give you an update from Edgbaston at the end of the over.
As Patel comes round again, just on the left, worked to square leg as they collect 2 from it for Ibrahim, and that should be his 50 runs. So the young man's got 50 as he's goes down. He's got it off 128 balls, so some serious concentration there from the young lad.
Yeah, a good knock by Daniel Ibrahim, who I think it's fair to say probably hasn't quite made the impact this season he would have hoped. He had a very good first season for Sussex. He got injured in the first match of the season against Nottinghamshire, which didn't help.
Patel again on a left, defended by Ibrahim.
But I always think with these games at the end of the season, if you're making runs, then you're always putting your hand up. It's a long time until next April, but, if you're finishing the season with a good score and a bit of confidence, that can only help.
Absolutely. As Patel comes in again, that's defended by Ibrahim. Yeah, it's also that time of year where all players' contracts are renewed, etc. So it's always good for players to get scores on the board, really.
Well, it's good for the end-of-season review, isn't it?
Yeah.
I guess everyone has an end-of-season review about how you've done and how you need to do and what you need to do in the winter.
Patel again coming in on the left, defended by Ibrahim there. Yeah, definitely you can turn around in your review and say, oh, I've got a load of runs.
Absolutely. You need to produce the evidence, don't you, that of what you've achieved.
Exactly. Patel coming in again with his left arm round. That's defended by Ibrahim there. As it's passed back. And that brings it end of the over. So Sussex are 483 for 7.
483 for 7, which means the Sussex lead is now 212. Ajaz Patel, 38 overs, 8 maidens, 2 for 149. 30 overs remaining to be bowled. The Brains Trust is having a little natter away. Lloyd, Cook, Andrew Salter as well. I don't know if we're going to get a change of bowling or whether Andrew Salter's going to carry on. Michael Hogan looks like he's doing a little bit of loosening up. So maybe we're going to see a little bit of Hogan, but unless Sussex are out during the tea break, or at the tea break, then 2 overs need to come off of that, and that will leave only 28. So it's now getting to be a pretty tall order for Glamorgan, and Sussex, as Nick was rightly saying, will not bowl any more overs. However, slowly they have to bowl their overs. They'll make sure they don't have to bowl more than 28. So let's see what's going to happen. We are going to get some more Andrew Salter, who's going to bowl his 51st over. Why are you laughing?
All boys doing.
Yeah, they're all doing. What do you call that exercise?
Star jumps.
Yeah, they're all doing star jumps. I think Kieran Carlson started that off.
Yeah. Keeping each other entertained for sure.
Yeah. David Lloyd chats away to Chris Cook. But Andrew Salter's going to bowl this next over. 50 overs, 9 maidens, 4 for 132. He's in and bowls and defended by Carson down the onside of the track. There is no run apart from the slip. There's a backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, a short leg, a cow corner who's about 2/3 of the way back to the fence, and a backward square leg. Salter's coming around the wicket now, so a change in the angle of attack. Apologies for the drill in the background, which sounds right, all right, being in the dentist chair. Salter is in. Bowls. Oh, and he beats Carson. That didn't miss the off stump by very much. And there is no run taken by Cook. At Edgbaston, Hampshire, 72 for 4. Gubbins on 28, Ben Brown on 10. Hampshire needing another 67 to win. Warwickshire needing 6 wickets to avoid relegation. In comes Salter again. Bowls, and Carson is solidly forward back down the track. Salter fields of his own bowling, and there is no run. I don't know if he had a little word there to Jack Carson, or there's a bit of kidology going on. It's a game that's been played in a very good spirit, and I think we need to recognise that with Glamorgan. Disappointed though they were to miss out on promotion, they've been very quick to congratulate the Sussex players, particularly Ali Orr and Tom Haynes. Salter in bowls, and Carson drives nicely to mid-off, and there is no run.
Yeah, definitely. This game's been played in very good spirits from both teams, really. See all the Glamorgan boys shaking their hands.
Yeah, it was great to see, wasn't it? Really good. If you missed it earlier on today, Nottinghamshire wrapping up a very big win against Durham by 462 runs. They are the champions of Division 2. No play at New Road at all today. A wet outfield. And that game was drawn, and Middlesex pipping Glamorgan to the second promotion place. Salter in again, bowls all that kept a little low and dug out by Carson down the offside of the track. And there is no run. Carson remains on 7. He's faced 46 deliveries, Jack Carson. He's done a good job for his side, steering Sussex towards the safety of a draw. Salter again. In the bowls, and Carson just punches that to mid-wicket, fielded by Sam Northeast. Another over slips by. 29 overs remaining in the day. We think there's about another 10 minutes to go until tea. The Brains Trust, as we call them, are all gathered in the middle. Chris Cook, the wicket-keeper, David Lloyd, they've been joined there by... Is that Byron who's joined them?
Yeah, we're having a good old mothers meeting in the middle there.
They are, aren't they? There's a really long chat going on. As the rest of they're all doing star jumps now. All the Glamorgan lads, led by Michael Hogan. I don't know, there's obviously a bit of an in-joke with the Glamorgan players, the star jumps.
I'm impressed how synchronised they are as well.
Yeah, but whatever. Oh, no, is this a change in bowling? No, it's not. Oh, I thought for a minute it was. I thought for a moment they changed, but then they decided on Patel again.
No, Patel is to bowl from Cromwell Road end again. And for his 39th over so far in this innings. He's just at the top of his mark. Person at short legs having a bit of a boogie.
Yes, they are. The Glamorgan lads have perhaps got the... Well, they've tried very hard. You can't say they haven't tried. They've given it everything today. They've taken 7 wickets.
Left arm over comes Patel, and it's defended by Ibrahim there. Yeah, definitely. They've worked hard in the field for the past 2 days, really. They had a very hard shift yesterday, so I'm sure enjoy this. Patel coming in, defended by Ibrahim there for another dot ball. Here. Small aircraft going by. I can't see it, I can hear it. As Patel comes in again from Cromwell Road end, full of a length and defended by Ibrahim there. It's patted to extra cover, who gives it a little bit of a shine. Passing it back to Patel, who's changed again to come left arm round and pushing that short leg into a silly mid off as he comes in again, and that's played by Ibrahim, punched back to Patel. And Patel is returning to the top of his mark with a slip and silly mid off as he comes in short, and it's flicked into the leg side by Ibrahim, and another dot ball. That is the 5th dot ball of the over as Patel comes in for his final ball of his 39th over. It gives it a little bit of a shine. And in he comes, left arm round, floated a little bit and driven back to him. Got a tiny hand on it. And that would be a single. So Sussex are 484 for 7. Ibrahim is on 52 and Carson is 7 of 47 deliveries.
Well, the lead is 209. There are 28 overs left in the match. Cook, Lloyd and Salter having a natter about something or other, maybe just trying to use up a little bit of time as the tea interval approaches. And this game now does seem to be drifting towards a draw. But as I say, I think every credit to Glamorgan here today, who, having had the disappointment yesterday of knowing that promotion is going to elude them by the slenderest of margins, have come here today and have worked really hard on a pitch that's not giving an awful lot of help. They've worked their way through the Sussex batting order, and we only had 41 overs on the first day of the match, so we've lost over 50 overs in the game, and had that not been the case, who knows what might have happened. But it's been a game with some terrific performances. I know it's drifting perhaps towards a draw, but you think about the wonderful 100 from Shubman Gill, that was terrific to watch, 119. Chris Cook with 141. Tom Haynes with 200s in the match. Alistair Orr with 198, the fourth highest opening partnership in Sussex history. So there's been lots of good cricket in these 4 days to finish up the season. But it looks as if the game is gonna be drawn unless something fairly dramatic happens. Andrew Salter coming in from the C end in on bowls, and forward comes Ibrahim, who's defending his 139th delivery, plays it to mid-on, and there is no run. In fact, Salter fields off his own bowling, and there is no run. A couple of other emails that I'll read for you in a moment. As in comes Salter again, and played more firmly by Ibrahim this time to mid-on, fielded by Patel. Sean has been in touch. Hello, Sean. He says, thanks to all the BBC correspondents for efforts this season. In regards to Sussex's squad next season, do you think there will be much change? I see a report by the Cricketer last night, but Carvalhos has been offered a permanent deal, which I hope he will sign. Is it fair to say that Steve Finn hasn't had the impact the club hoped due to his injuries? If the bowling improves, we may see an improvement. Let's hope so. It says Sean, in comes Salter bowls, and forward comes Ibrahim, plays into the offside. There is no run. He says, let's hope the Albion gives plenty of cheer over the cold winter months. Thank you, Sean. You're another regular contributor, and it's very good to hear from you. So thank you very much. It's the time of year, isn't it? Well, I'm sure over the next few days we'll get a feed of players who have signed contracts. I don't know whether Carvalhos is one that has signed. He did very well during the 50 overs. I wouldn't be surprised as in comes Salter bowls, a quicker delivery than Ibrahim lets go outside the off-stop. I'm slightly unsure of Ari Carvalhos' status in terms of whether he's classified as an overseas, born in Johannesburg, but a Greek father, I understand. But he's certainly impressed, as has Brad Curry, since the middle of the season. Salter in again, bowls, and Ibrahim with a flick of the wrists plays it down the track. There is no run. Unless I think you're right, I'm sure Steve Finn himself would have been disappointed with the amount of cricket he's been able to play with this knee problem. So hopefully if Steve has a winter and gets that knee right, perhaps we'll see a little more of him next season. It does occur to me as Salter is in and bowls, and forward comes Ibrahim, plays to the onside. There is no run. Another over drifts by. 27 left in the match. 484 for 7. Ibrahim 52. That was a maiden over from Andrew Salter, by the way. 52 overs, 11 maidens, 4 for 132.
I can't work out what they're saying.
No, I didn't hear that announcement either. We didn't hear it in the commentary. It just occurs to me, with the Ashes being early next year in June and July, that, bowlers will be, players will be looking, I would have thought, to play some county cricket before the Ashes start. So it may well be that we'll see a bit of Ollie Robinson early season. I mean, they certainly won't be batting him in every game, but I'd have thought that the selectors will want to see the... And indeed, we don't know the state of fitness of Jofra Archer, but that would be a big bonus for Sussex if those early weeks of the season we were able to see Robinson, and who knows Jofra Archer. Let's hope Jofra's injuries clear up. So it could be an exciting start to the season.
Patel coming in left arm over, and that's defended by Carson there. Yeah, it should be good if that can happen, especially having those players around. He's such a young squad.
Yeah. Well, certainly if you could have Archer and Robinson open the bowling in April, that would be rather exciting for Sussex.
Yeah, definitely. Patel in again, full of length and defended by Carson there.
Well, I just think, Chloe, with the Ashes in June, you need players to be going and having played some cricket. I mean, they're not going to play every game, of course they're not, but they might have to play some county cricket.
Yeah, no, definitely. Patel in again on left, defended by Carson. Yeah, I should imagine they'll, after last Ashes series, they'll need to have some sort of cricket before they go into that.
Well, definitely. The Ashes is very early next year. We've got a Sleeman off has gone in addition to the 2 slips.
Yeah, but definitely crowding Carson's bat here as in comes Patel again. Full of length and defended by Carson now. He's doing very well. Some serious strictness from him, actually. Carson's 7 of 51 deliveries. So he's showing a serious amount of patience in the middle as Patel comes in again, flighted, and that's defended to square legs. They pick up a single on the 5th ball of the over.
Applause around the ground. I'm not entirely sure what that's for.
Over. Unsure.
There was an announcement before this over, so I don't know whether that was a particular landmark, but it was a smattering rather than a raucous applause.
Yeah, a little bit scattered around. But Patel's coming in for his final ball of the over. We've got 2 slips and a silly mid-off in and around the bat as he comes in full of length and defended by Ibrahim, bringing the end of the over, that over going for just 1 run, so Sussex moved to 485 for 7.
Just events at Edgbaston where Hampshire have lost another wicket. So the bowls and forward comes Carson, plays down the offside and there is no run. I don't know what players played in club cricket or whatever as a match fee. Do you still play match fees, Nick, every time you play, or do you?
Sometimes.
Right. It's always a problem when you're the captain. You have to collect match fees and tees. It's a bit of a pain. In comes someone, in comes sort of bowls, Carson plays into the offside. I don't know if that happens anymore. I mean, I can remember being captain and you know, one of your responsibilities is no run. Yeah, there was, you know, some... You're quite right, Chloe. Certain clubs had a reputation, and when the availability went up, there was suddenly quite a lot of people available for that particular game, or because they've got a good bar or something like that. In comes Salter bowls, and Carson plays to backward point, and there is no run. End of the over, and indeed, that
To the final session of play for these two counties, Sussex and Glamorgan, here at the county ground Hove. And this match drifting towards a draw with Sussex 485 for 7. That is a lead of 210 and only a couple of hours stroke 25 overs left in the match. I'm Nick Webb. Chloe Brewer is alongside me. Welcome along if you've just joined us on the counties websites with some technical problems on the BBC website. So welcome along however you're listening and viewing. And well, we are going to see
Billy Root.
Billy Root for the first time this season. And Root is coming off a run which suggests he's going to bowl seam.
Yep.
And I've never seen him bowl seam before.
Here we go then.
Here we go, Billy Root from the Cromwell Road ends to bowl. Chris Cook is standing back, so I'm not quite sure what he's expecting. And here we go. Root is in to bowl, and that's down leg side, and it's a diving stop from Chris Cook. And this is possibly why we haven't seen a lot of Root bowling in recent years. When he joined Glamorgan, he did bowl sort of semi-regular off spin as a sort of stand breaking option, but he had his action questioned and had to go on the naughty step for a bit and remodel his action, and saw him, I think, once or twice after that, but not bowling seam, that's for sure. Root is in to bowl down leg side again, and Ibrahim again doesn't make contact. So the silly 50 minutes, it won't probably be a full hour if Sussex declare at 20 past 4.
Yeah. But tell you what, this probably wouldn't be what you'd expect after their first innings.
Certainly wouldn't, on which Glamorgan had a lead of 275. Root bowls, and Ibrahim plays it gently on the leg side. No run. So Glamorgan claimed 4 wickets in the first session today and 3 in the second, but not quite enough to push home their advantage after that spectacular stand for the first wicket, as Root is in to bowl, and that's not a bad Yorker actually, and Ibrahim defends it back down the wicket. Welsh Cricket Museum exhibition will be launched tomorrow, called Doug and the Don, celebrating the friendship between a Welsh club cricketer and Don Bradman, one of Australia's most famous, possibly the most famous cricketer ever from those parts, as Root bowls and Ibrahim works it through the leg side. They'll run one, they'll come back for the second. Throw comes in for the non-strikers end. Carson has to hurry. Root can't take the ball cleanly. 487 for 7. Lead is 212. As we wonder who else we will see bowling. Will we get any Hogan at all today, I wonder?
Yeah, maybe not. He had a bit of a shift yesterday. But, well, Root's now taking the ball.
Hogan just 8 overs in this match, and that's lofted away, but square leg has lost sight of it. So have I, and it's crashed somewhere into the boundary boards at mid-wicket. So 4 runs to Ibrahim, latching onto a short ball, pivoting, smashing it away. Byram couldn't see it, but it was through mid-wicket. He was stationed at square leg. 6 off the Root over. 491 for 7 Sussex, and they lead by 216 runs. Ibrahim has 18 and Carson has 8. Is Andrew Salter going to continue?
Yeah, Salter.
You bet he is.
Yeah, he's going to come in for his 54th over of his innings.
He had 17 on the board overnight, so he has already bowled 36 today on the bounce, and he's going to continue. He's bowled literally all day from the sea end.
Yeah, he's done incredibly well to keep his lines and lengths so consistent all day, as he's just at the top of his mark. Done a couple of warm-up bowls into man at extra cover as it comes in right arm round. That's on length, worked into the leg side by Carson. And it looks like they'll come back for two as there's a pick up from deep square. He chucks it in on the full to the keeper, who just passed it back around the field. Giving it all a little bit of a shine as it's passed back to Salter.
Welcome back to people listening on BBC Audio.
Salter again, full of a length at inside edge to mid-wicket there.
Adrian Harms is sent out for extra sticky tape.
No, it's working now, so I don't know what's happening. If you guys have done something, that's great, so thank you.
In comes Salter again. Right arm round, full of a length outside off, and that's driven, and that will find the cover boundary. 4 runs to Carson, as he just got his hands through that one.
It's been reconnected, so thank you very much for your help.
497 for 7.
Bye-bye.
Sussex within sight of equalling that mammoth Glamorgan first innings of 433 for 9, and looks like they'll be able to bat out 2 days for the draw.
Yeah, as Salter comes in again, full of a length and defended by Carson. A lot of respect for that ball.
That's an extra £1.79 on the BBC Sussex budget for a roll of sticky tape. Pacemaker for Mr. Harms, please. Always sends your blood pressure up.
Salter coming in again. Right arm over this time, that's on the length. Carson's trying to give himself a bit of room there, but ended up just hitting it into the floor, and Salter's just come and picked it up, so another dot ball.
And Aaron Donald has gone for Hampshire. They're 85 for 6, needing 54 to win. Liam Norwell has 5 of them.
Salter coming in, short of length, and that's pulled up in the air. Will it be caught? Yes, it will. Safe hands out there at deep square, so Sussex have lost another wicket. They are now 497 for 8. Carson dispatches for 14 runs.
And it's a 5 for Andrew Salter, one of the hardest earned fifers that he will ever take. 5 for 138. Billy Root was the catcher underneath it at mid-wicket. Carson going for 14 of 64 deliveries, so he pretty much done his job in terms of blocking it out, but little stand of 40 for the 8th wicket, and 23 overs left. Glamorgan's asking rate would already be 11 runs and over, so
wow.
I don't think they'd even have a dip at that one.
No, I don't think even going jalapeno mode can quite get up with that.
Scotcho.
Sean Hunt to replace Carson, and is the number 9 batter. No?
10.
10, there we go.
Only Curry to come.
There we go.
Like Adrian's lunch.
Yeah, very nice.
Oh, that was Curry that's gone in that case. Curry to come in this case. At least we hope we don't see Adrian's curry again, because if we do, we're all in trouble. And we've had 2 Sussex players in the match with that trouble already, so that's quite enough recycling for one game. So Billy Root to bowl from the Cromwell Road end in the evening sunshine as we go into the final knockings of this game. Michael Hogan, it seems, will remain on 45 wickets for the season. Root is in to bowl. That kept a bit low, but it's comfortably played away by Ibrahim for the single. He was being given the single there. And Glamorgan will now converge from all quarters, all postcodes, and try and put some pressure on the new man, Sean Hunt. I wonder, having made the breakthrough, whether they'll switch back to one of the more regular bowlers from that top end. Would seem common sense. Billy Root is going to be bowling with 2 slips in place for the first time in some time, probably. David Lloyd and Ajaz Patel. And Root is in to bowl, and is defended by Hunt. And there is no run.
Sean Hunt's pretty tall. You can see his bat looks tiny in comparison.
Yeah, he's a big unit, isn't he, Sean Hunt?
Very tall.
Root in from the Cromwell Road and bowls. Hunt drives off a thick edge, and we'll get 4 runs down to third man. Down to Cow Corner, not the position on the field, but the name of the Hospitality Suites. As that one raced away to bring up the Sussex 500. They are 502 for 8, leading by 2-7. Kieran Carlson on the field. Are we going to see one last burst from Michael Hogan somewhere along the way? Well, as he said, thank you very much. That'll do for me. Billy Root, 0 for 11 off 9 balls, is in to bowl, and Hunt drives gently to mid-on. So the 2 slips, backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on, saving the single. Square legs on more or less on the ropes. Fine leg and third man are definitely on the ropes. As we tick towards the end of this cricket season. Root is into bowl, and squeezes one down to third man, and Carlson will field down in front of us and keep them down to a single. And not for the first time today, he's overthrown wicketkeeper Chris Cook, who has to go backpedaling into the middle of the pitch to take it. 503 for 5.
5?
8, thank you. That's the 5 next to Hunt's name on the board that caught my eye. And Ibrahim is 59, 8 down, but a little bit too late for Glamorgan to be able to manufacture a 7th championship win of the season. It'll be 1-6 lost 3, surely. Ibrahim drives through the offside. We'll get runs here. It's beaten Gorvin's dive. Van der Hoogten is off in slightly weary pursuit. Picks up, and that's a mammoth throw from Van der Hoogten from a long way in the deep at deep extra cover. Plopped it into the gloves of Chris Cook. 2 more runs to Ibrahim. Sussex 505 for 8, leading by 230.
Yeah, and I believe is Salter continuing. I'm just going to place my bets, but he is.
No, he's wandered off.
He's not.
So Andrew Salter is off after a 37-over spell.
Go 5 wickets for him today for his 54 overs.
Eddie Byram. Down as leg breaks on the board. I thought he was offies when I saw him last season.
It's always promising.
Yeah, perhaps we could check that in the old Playfair. Byram, what's he listed as bowling? Leggies or offies, or both, or straight on?
Looks like leggies from that action, just as a warm-up. Action, yeah.
Got 2 wickets in the last match of last season against Surrey in a similar non-competitive situation.
Byram coming in with his leg break that kept incredibly low. Ended up around Hunt's shins, that ball did, but he's definitely bowling leg breaks here. As Byram's coming in again, just short of a length, and that's punched off the back foot by Hunt to mid-off.
OB, half breaks. Well, his off breaks in Playfair, but it looks as though he's bowling leggies.
Byram coming in again, floated this time, driven, a hand but didn't find his stumps and a non-striker's end. It's a dot ball.
Glamorgan have got 1 wicket for a run out at the non-striker's end today, and it wasn't a man count.
Byram coming in again, flighting at one, and it's just an inside edge to mid-wicket there.
You've been quite kind in saying he's flighting the ball. Some might say he's bowling full tosses.
See what this next one is. It Byram in again. There we go. Oh, that's done a lot. He's bowled it and it's turned away from the batter there, just beating everything.
Must have shaved the stumps.
Yeah, that would have been very close to stumps there. Got hands on the head and a slip cord, and as is waiting for Byram to deliver this next ball, which is short of a length, and it's left alone by Hunt. And that brings the end of the over. So a maiden start, Byram's over.
Somehow. Hampshire 88 for 6, need 51.
Wow.
Warwickshire need 4 wickets to stay up.
That's going to be a very tight game up there. Be hard runs to get.
Nick Gubbins is still there, 28 not out. Keith Barker, useful lower order batsman, has joined him. James Fuller can hold the bats. Brad Wheel and Mohammed Abbas. Possibly more on the tail enders front. 505 for 8. 230 the lead. Billy Root bowling some gentle medium paces is in from the Cromwell Road end, down leg side, turned away by Ibrahim. He looks for a single and possibly a second run. The first one quickly, but the throw came in, and they settled for the single. 506 for 8, and Glamorgan just gently going through the motions in this closing stage, having thrown everything at it in terms of their serious bowlers for the first 2 sessions. Root in to bowl to Hunt. No shot played through to Chris Cook outside off a stump. Are we going to see Michael Hogan again? Possibly not, I suspect, at the moment. He's up there at mid-on, so he's on the field. He's able to bowl. Maybe just didn't fancy bowling his final overs in a very low-key situation. Claimed 2 wickets in the first innings. Got both openers out. There's Root bowls, and the giant form of Hunt pressing forward and defending to mid-off. And there's no run. 506 for 8. Ibrahim 62, Hunt 5. The men out in this innings: Orr for 198, Alsop for 3, Clark for 3, Hudson Prentice for 10, Haynes for 177, as Hunt drives the next ball gently to Hogan at mid-on, no run. Tia for 18, Ashraf no score, and Carson for 14. So the weather holding out, but it's just for these remaining spectators, and most have stayed. A case of enjoying their final fix of cricket for the summer. Hunt is forward defending on the offside, and there is no run. Shadows beginning to spread out from the building that we're in, the broadcast boxes. Not so much from the pavilion as yet. They finished in very dark conditions last night.
Yeah. Yeah, shadows consumed the whole pitch yesterday.
Root is into bowl, and Hunt defends on the offside, and there is no run. Quite lucky, to be honest, because we had a day of this on the last day of last season, Glamorgan against Surrey at the Oval. We had basically a day pretty much. So there was a bit of Andrew Salter and fellow spinner Callum Taylor, but there was quite a lot of joke bowling as well. And we finished with Chris Cook bowling and Michael Hogan keeping wicket. So it's not quite that silly yet, but who knows in the next 25 minutes. I've got to go and do my final radio update of the county cricket season. I'll leave you with Chloe and Adrian.
So it is going to be Ed Byram who's going to keep going from the CN, comes in and bowls to Ibrahim. Full toss, hammered away by Ibrahim. That's going to go away for a couple of runs, fielded by Billy Root way out in the distance. And Ibrahim goes to 64, so we really are going through the motions. Now it's just a case of when the captains can shake hands and the game will be declared a draw. Byram in his second over. Comes Byram bowls and driven by Ibrahim into the offside, footed at backward point. There is no run. It just remains to say thank you to everybody as we go through the final moments of the season, to all our contributors, people here at Sussex, and indeed I know we get people, you know, literally around the world who listen to the commentaries, and your interaction is greatly appreciated. In comes Byram bowls, play to mid-off, but there is no run. Also a big thanks to the guys here at Sussex Cricket Club who operate the live stream. I know at some clubs there are considerably more people who work on the streams. In comes Byram bowls and Ibrahim plays it back down the track, a low delivery, there is no run. But I know the guys work really hard here to make sure the stream is up and running. So well done to all the guys. Thank you for your help. As Ed Byram is on his way again. In and bowls and swept by Ibrahim. That's well, it didn't miss leg stump by very much. You could tell by the howl from Chris Cook behind the stumps, but the ball's run away for what I suspect will be signalled as a couple of byes. Let's wait for the signal. No, they were runs. So two more to Ibrahim, who goes to 66. The total to 512 for 8. Byram to his mark. Right arm over the wicket, bowling off breaks, is in and bowls, and a little bit of turn from Byram, and Ibrahim just eases that through the covers and picks up a single. I think the understanding is generally, Chloe, when you get to, I think it's 15 overs to go, because I have to bowl a certain amount of overs in the last hour. I get a little confused by the rules, but I think it may be 20 past 4, it may be with 15 overs to go, but either way, I think when you get to this situation that probably everybody just wants to shake hands and say thanks very much, and we'll call it a draw, and that'll be the end of things. Byram bowls, hammers that one away through mid-wicket, and it's going to run away for 4 runs. Billy Root chased the ball around the boundary. I think had that been the first game of the season, he might have sprinted across and put in a dive, but at this stage of proceedings, I think he decided that wasn't necessary. So 4 to Sean Hunt, he goes to 9, and Sussex to 517 for 8. Daniel Ibrahim on 67, Sean Hunt on 9. For the record, there are 19 overs left to be bowled. The Sussex lead, for what it's worth, is 242, I think that makes.
Quite impressive, quick maths.
Thank you. But it's, as I say, we're just now going through the motions, really.
Yeah, definitely. It's a bit of end of seasonlessness, I'm going to call it, as Billy Root's coming back for his 4th over. He's bowled a couple of chuckles from around the pitch.
Yeah. I do sometimes think with I mean, there are rules and the umpires have to play by the rules and that's it, but I think you get to a stage in a game when everybody knows the game is going to be a draw, and actually I think it'd be better for everybody if they could shake hands and but we have to go through and play to the regulation, so it's not the umpire's fault.
In Root comes full of length, defended by Ibrahim here.
To be fair to Billy Root, I think he's bowled a nice little spell here, isn't he? He's bowled at a reasonable pace. We'll keep an eye on events at Edgbaston because that will affect who's going to play second division cricket next season. Hampshire are currently 91 for 6.
It's going to be a hard 48 runs they're going to have to get.
Yeah, Nick Cummins on 30. I guess from a Hampshire point of view.
Root in again, just full of length and worked towards square leg, and they pick up a single from it.
nothing really for Hampshire to play for apart from obviously their integrity and in the competition. So they'll be battling away to win the game. Warwickshire need to pick up wickets. In fact, Liam Norwell has taken 6 for 34.
Oh, wow.
So that's a real effort from him. But if Warwickshire don't take those wickets, if it either ends in a draw or Hampshire win, then Warwickshire, the county champions, will be in Division 2 next season.
In route comes again, just full of a length, and it's worked into the leg side towards mid-wicket by Hunt there. Yeah, we need 3 more wickets, so that'd be interesting.
Yeah, 4 more. Yeah, in fact, another wicket's gone down. 7 down now. So Liam Norwell with 6, Hannon Dolby with 1. Nick Gubbins is still there, so 91 for 7 now, Hampshire. They'll be getting very jittery up in Yorkshire. You can rest assured of that.
Definitely. Route coming in again, just short of length, and that's been dispatched by Ibrahim, and that'll be 4 more runs.
Yeah, it was too short, wasn't it? And Daniel Ibrahim pulled the ball away, took his hand off the bat as he played the shot, but he goes to 72 for 5.23 for 8. The sun is coming out to greet the closing overs of the season, and those in the deck chairs just soaking up the final few rays at the county ground for another season.
Yeah, Ibrahim has batted ever so well. His patience is incredibly good. Route again, full of length, and that's a lofted drive, I think.
It is,
and that will
straight to
find
cover.
the other boundary on the cover on the offside. So 4 more runs for Ibrahim.
I think he's got his eyes on a maiden county championship 100 here. We'll just have a look at the statistics for Daniel Ibrahim. Where are we? We'll have a look at that.
Yep, he's batted incredibly well. He's faced 164 deliveries, and he's been playing ever so patiently as Root comes in again, full of length, and that's worked into the leg side from Ibrahim here. So that's another single added to the total, and he keeps a strike. So Sussex are 528 for 8. Ibrahim is on 77, and Hunt is on 10.
Just in terms of those Sussex batting statistics, Alistair Orr finished with 1,047 runs in the season. Tom Haynes with 941. Tom Alsop with 930. Tom Clark with 765. So Cheshire Pujara made over 1,000, 1,094. So it's interesting that you've got 3 Sussex players. Well, 2 have made over 1,000, 2 who have made over 900, and 1 who's made over 700. So we've spoken a lot about improvements in batting. Here comes Byron in and bowls, and Ibrahim is very nearly bowled, looking to cut that one away through backward point, and there is no run. 5.28 for 8. Ibrahim on 77 as Byron is in over the wicket and bowls and ducked away. Now to fine leg by Daniel. He picks up a single, and that's all he'll take. The over 8 is extraordinary from Glamorgan. They're showing on the board as plus 16, which I'm not sure I've ever seen. I've seen a plus 10, but I don't know if I've ever seen a plus 16.
That's quite impressive at all.
On the over 8.
Have been bowling spin all day.
Yeah, this is by far Daniel Ibrahim's best score of the season. I think it's fair to say that he had that injury early season and had a disappointing time, I think, since then. Good to see him back in the runs, yet to make a first-class 100. So maybe today will be the day as Byron is in and bowls and Hunt plays to backward point, and there is no run. Bowling-wise, Sean Hunt finishing with the leading Sussex wicket-taker. In comes Byron again. Hunt plays to mid-wicket. There is no run. He picked up 18. Ollie Robinson, 17. Brad Curry, 15 at an average of 26. Good performance by Brad Curry. Henry Crocombe, 15, but he went at an average of 50 for his 15 wickets. In comes Byron again, keeps a little low, and Hunt just pats the ball down to mid-on, and it's fielded by the reserve fielder, who is Andrew Gorvin. Byron again. Just the 1 run off the over so far. He's in and bowls, and Sean Hunt thought about hammering that one down the ground, then he decided to play defensively. End of the over. 17 overs remaining. I don't think it'll be long before we'll see a handshakes all round, and the season will draw to a close here at Hove. For the record, is that 529,
Yeah.
Chloe? I think it is. So that means that the Sussex lead, by my reckoning, is 254, unless anybody wants to tell me differently. So a huge credit to Glamorgan today, who certainly taking those 7 wickets, but in the end, the wicket has been the winner, and maybe Glamorgan have just run a little bit out of puff. Having been in the field for a long time. Now we've got to change, and I have to say this is a little bit me, but I don't really like it when the wicketkeeper takes off the pads and bowls. I don't blame the Glamorgan guys for one moment, but it does make a little bit of a farce of things. So we're going to see Chris Cook is going to bowl. We'll see who's taken over the wicket-keeping gloves. I suspect it might be David Lloyd. Let's just see as he wanders down towards us. So
There we have it.
let's just see. It is going to be. Well, it is going to be Chris Cook who's going to bowl.
There we go. Keepers having the ball.
And it is going to be David Lloyd, the skipper, who's taken over the wicket-keeping glove. So
There we have it.
we really are into the last throws now.
Yeah.
Over to you, Chloe.
Thanks. Cook. Yep. At the top of his mark. Not sure what he's about to bowl. As he comes in, seam off a very short run, and that's been pulled away, and that will short find the leg side boundary for 4 runs from Ibrahim here. And there's actually one slip and a kind of very wide, kind of gully area.
Yeah, I think we are just going through the motions here, aren't we?
Yeah, definitely. Cook coming in again, right arm over, outside off, and that's a leave by Ibrahim. I suppose it would be nice for Ibrahim to end with a not out touch word.
Yeah, but he hasn't made a first-class 100, and I'm sure he'll, 100 is 100. I mean, here he's bowling against very part-time bowling, but, nonetheless, he might think it's not far away.
Cook in again, full of length, and that's defended by Ibrahim, and runs down to fine leg, who comes up to pick it up and send it to the skipper, who's now got gloves on. So
Skipper behind the stumps. Robert's been in touch. He says, firstly, saying what a great second innings performance from the home players. An uplifting draw will surely happen. I think you're right.
Cook coming in again. And that's defended off back foot by Hunt.
That almost looked like it might be a no ball, actually, the way was his arm bent. I'm not sure the umpire was paying too much notice. So Richard's saying, Robert's saying, was Ollie Robinson available for Sussex in this match? You noticed that Ollie Pope played for Surrey.
As Cook comes in again, and that's cut off back foot by Hunt. And it's just chucked back around the field.
Hampshire 7 down.
Yeah, I noticed that. And it was 48 needed to win, I think, last time I saw Nick. So that's going to go to the wire, that game.
38.
38
to win.
Okay. So Warwickshire, 3 more wickets to send Yorkshire down.
Cook dwindling in from the far end, and that's driven to mid-off. And for a keeper, he hasn't bowled a bad over.
No.
It's 5 runs from it.
He hasn't. Well, I think we may get a couple more overs, and I think that'll be our lot here.
Yep.
16 overs remaining in the match. The over 8 is plus 16. I'm not sure exactly the time the players can shake hands, but I think probably as the season end is imminent, we'll to bring Nick back on to commentary. Can I just say to you, Chloe, well, we do one more over, but I hope all the best for the winter. I hope your training goes well. Good luck with the South East Stars for next season. Good luck with the training. Do you get a month off? Do you get to go on holiday or something? Or?
Yeah, I'm actually off on holiday on Saturday.
Oh, where are you off to?
Going to Montenegro.
Oh, wow, that sounds nice.
Just below Croatia, so fingers crossed the weather's good.
We've got a change in bowling, and it is coming into bowl is Sam Northeast. So the ball being tossed around the various Glamorgan players.
First over for Glamorgan.
First over.
First ball for Glamorgan is a dot ball. Comes in and bowls and smashed away by Ibrahim through extra cover. That's going to race away for a couple of runs fielded on the boundary. Out in the distance man, Drew Salter, who's very keen even at this late stage. Ibrahim goes to 83, 5.36 for 8. In comes Northeast again, tosses it up. Ibrahim drives to short extra cover, fielded by Byron. That's a good stop. I think if I'd been there, Byron might have let that go. Such is the state of the match. But to all credit to him. Northeast in again. Ibrahim clips that to mid-wicket, picks up a single, takes him to 86. We'll enjoy Montenegro. I'd imagine the weather's decent, is it?
I think so.
Right, okay.
I hope so. I did check. It's sometimes a bit rainy there, so hopefully I don't bring the English weather with me.
Is that 2 weeks or a week?
Just a week.
Wonderful. Well, I hope you have a wonderful time.
Thank you.
Thank you for all your contributions with the biscuits. You can take home half a packet of custard creams because Edward didn't eat them all. In comes Northeast bowls to Sean Hunt. Hunt plays that straight back down to the ground, fielded by Northeast of his own bowling. And in all seriousness, next season for you, just break off as in comes Northeast on bowls. Hunt drives back down the track. There is no run. Your objectives for next season, Chloe?
Next season, hopefully I'll be involved in 100 again. That'll be very, very cool. And yeah, just keep on going, really.
And a lot of change around the England women's team as well. A lot of younger players coming through. Does that give a real incentive for you to, to say, you've got to get your place in the South East Stars side, but, there's opportunities around England now.
Yeah, definitely. It's good that they've brought in the regional setup has really highlighted players that are actually pushing through, because before they didn't really have too far to look rather than the girls already in. But yeah, definitely walk before I can run. That's for sure.
Wonderful. Well, Chloe, thank you so much. It's been good to have you here. Thank you for your efforts over the last 4 days as Daniel Hebron thrashes a ball away through the covers and picks up a single. Hebron goes to 87 and enjoy Montenegro.
Thank you very much.
As Chloe Brewer, who's been on commentary with us here for the 4 days here of this game, off on her holidays, a month off, and then back in training for the new cricket season. It's very much the way of things that players seem to have October off, and then you're back in November when we're all getting ready for Bonfire Night and Halloween, and the cricketers are back in doing their bit.
The cakes arrive next door, by the way, Chloe, if you can allow yourself one.
In comes Chris Cook, who bowls to Hunt, who plays straight back down the track, and there is no run. It's nobody's fault, this, Nick, is it? The umpires have to go through the motions of the rules of the game, but I always find this, at the end of the game with different people bowling, I think everyone just wishes they could just shake hands now and say thanks very much, but we have to go through this. In comes Cook and bowls, and Hunt is forward, plays to mid-wicket, and there is no run. Chris Cook will be very keen to get a wicket, I guess.
Well, the question is whether Ibrahim opens his shoulders and tries to get a century in the next 5 minutes.
Yeah.
He's got 87 of them.
Do you think we'll finish at 4:20? Do you think that's the shaking hands time?
I believe so.
In comes Cook and bowls. Hunt is hit on the pad. The ball dribbles away. David Lloyd runs from behind the stumps to field. The over rate is a most impressive +16 from Glamorgan. So that's really due to Salter. Michael Hogan sort of warming up a bit on.
Do you think he's going to bowl one last over?
He might just bowl one last over to finish his career. If so, you'll have the honours. In comes Cook and bowls, and Hunt just plays it out to short extra cover. And there is no run. One or two people starting to drift away. The players' presentations were made last night, so and that's all done and dusted. And it really is the last throes of the season as in comes Holes full toss, and Hunt plays that firmly into the covers, and there is no run. So in answer to your email, Robert, yeah, so I don't know if Ollie Robinson was available for Sussex. I don't know. That's very much an England situation. And in fact, I think that maybe, are we shaking hands? No, we're not. Daniel Ebron's been bought out a drink, and I wonder whether that's some instructions from James Coles, who's bought the drink out, as to how long he's got to maybe get this maiden first-class century. Everyone's looking at the scoreboard, looking at the clock.
Yeah, I mean, if North East is going to bowl another over, it's maybe a chance for Ibrahim to launch a couple, or try to get to 3 figures. Thank you to Hugh Knight, one of our regular tweeters. Glad there were more ups than downs, though not the ultimate up this season. Northeast is going to continue from the sea end. Ibrahim 13 short of a century. So I might need to bring you here in a couple of blows, Adrian, as Northeast bowls, and Ibrahim is driving that one gently back to the bowler. Maybe he's not going to try and launch a couple into orbit, and is happy with 87 not out.
Maybe. He's never made 100 before. We'll see if he goes for a couple of sixes.
Northeast in, bowls, and Ibrahim steps back, hits it hard into the offside where it's well stopped at cover by Byram, and there's no run, so a little bit of frustration. Northeast bowls a shocking full toss that's hit away on the leg side by Ibrahim. The man at mid-wicket didn't see it, and it rolls down to the boundary for 4. Billy Root just completely lost track of that to start with.
Another point in Robert's emails, he's talking about the overseas players. Doesn't think that for him, Ashraf has had the best time since he's been over here. Because we're not pushing for promotion, he queried that.
Northeast bowls, and it's punched away on the offside by Ibrahim, but it's going to be fielded on the cover boundary, so he'll just have the single, and he moves on to 92 not out, and Sussex under 443 for 8, so their second innings has now bettered Glamorgan's first innings. Hampshire still need 24 runs to beat Warwickshire with 3 wickets left. Northeast bowls, and Hunt was nearly caught and bowled there as he popped it back just wide of the bowler. So Hampshire need 24 runs to win, which would send Warwickshire down if they get there and save Yorkshire in Division 1. Essex have beaten Northants by 47 runs at Northampton. Northeast bowls, and Hunt digs it out. They wander through for a single, which means that Hunt will take the bowling. 544 for 8. And we are going to have at least one more over.
Yes, that means that, I guess, if Hampshire do draw that game or win that game, I think they would go, because Lancashire have momentarily overtaken them at second place in the table after having beaten Surrey. So Surrey finished champions by 25 points from Lancashire, but I think Hampshire can move back into second for that game. Essex in third, Kent fifth, sorry, Essex fourth, Kent fifth, Northants sixth. In comes Cook to bowl to Hunt, who tickles that around the corner down to fine leg for a single. We are starting to run out of time for Daniel Ibrahim here. He's got, we reckon, another 3 minutes. So possibly this is the last over of the game.
Well, they don't have to declare, I suppose. They can bat on.
Yes, I guess.
If they want to let him get a century.
So.
And I think if I were Tom Haynes, to send the message saying if you can get on it with it a little bit and have a go at the occasionals.
In comes Cook on bowl, short, pulled away by Ibrahim, and that is going to be a boundary. So 4 more to Daniel Ibrahim, who goes to 96. That's his highest score in first-class cricket, eclipsing the 94 he made at Worcester last year. So it's probably just the last remaining milestone of the season for Daniel Ibrahim, if he can go through Chris 100. The last few overs have obviously been against occasional bowling, but he did have to bat very solidly and studiously earlier on when Sussex were in a bit of trouble. In comes Cook bowls. Ibrahim is forward, defends, and plays onto the onside. There is no run. As if to greet the final few balls of the season, the sun has come out at Hove and is shining across the ground as we finish the season with blue sky. And Chris Cook, with 3 balls remaining of this over, is running in past umpire ball when he bowls, and Ibrahim clips this through mid-wicket. He's picked up a single, that's all he'll pick up. And then Ibrahim goes to 97, so...
Not sure I'd have taken that single.
No, I'm not sure I would have done either. I think I might have just waited, because I think that probably means we'll have another over. Tom Haynes will delay, I'm sure. Cook is on his way, bowls to Hunt, and Hunt just eases that into the offside. They do take a single on this occasion, so Billy Root strolls across, gets in the throw. Hunt goes to 13. So will Daniel Ibrahim hit a boundary off the last ball of the over? If he does, I rather suspect we'll have the captain shaking hands and we'll be done for the season. Cook back to his mark. Good effort by Glamorgans, and I've been very impressed with the way they've toiled away, because it's been very easy having missed out yesterday. In comes Bold, short, pulled away by Ibrahim, and it's going to go down to fine leg for a single. So I think we will probably have another over. Ibrahim goes to 98. And Sussex to 552 for 8, which I think means the lead is 277, I think. Which is all very notional. And I think once Daniel Ibrahim gets it, the clock is now kicked over to 16:20. So I think we are in declaration territory and shake hands.
Maybe Hogan doesn't fancy a final over after all.
Yeah, we thought he might, but he's what a wonderful servant he's been, and lovely to see the guard of honour today as he made his way out. Now, the field has all come in, and I'm sure that's to Daniel Ibrahim can skip down the... Well, no, Sam North East wants his mid on. He's very carefully placing his field here. Do you mind if I comment on this, Nick? In comes North Eastern Bowls, and Ibrahim cuts this one away into the covers, straight to the field. There is no run. On 98. North East in again. Bowls. That's a full toss. And Ibrahim strokes this into the covers and doesn't beat the fielder. So it's another dot ball. North East again. Ibrahim waits. North East bowls, and Ibrahim drives again into the covers. It's another dot ball. Well bowled, says firstly. North East in, bowls, Ibrahim pulls this one away onto the leg side and doesn't take a single, fielded by Van Dijk. So 4 dot balls. I think Daniel Ibrahim probably needs to take a step down the wicket and hit one over the top. In comes North East bowls. Ibrahim clips this one away onto the leg side. They've taken one, and that's all they're going to take. So there's going to be another over. Daniel Ibrahim is on 99. I wonder if... I'm sure the skippers will decide not to shake hands here. That would seem a little cruel. In comes North East again. Hunt plays that to short fine leg. It is the end of the over.
Cricket is the loser.
yeah, and we are going to get... North East finishes with 3 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 10.
Oh, he's still practicing his bowling action.
Thank you. And we're back online for the last over of the season. And hopefully to see Daniel Ibrahim get his maiden first-class century, although, with all due respect, the last few runs have been against bowling he wouldn't normally face. But 100 is 100. And he'll be pleased to have got a first-class century to his name. In comes Chris Cook running in and bowls to Ibrahim, and Ibrahim turns it onto the leg side. Cook with a howl as Ibrahim plays that to mid-wicket, and there is no run. One or two stewards looking around, sort of hands in pockets to say, can we shortly go home? The last match of the season. Cook again runs in over the wicket bowls, and Ibrahim turns this to mid-wicket, and again there is no run. Many of the stewards here actually also work at the Amex Stadium during the winter months, so we'll see them on our travels, I'm sure, over the next few weeks and months. A change in the field. Everybody is on the single now. I think Daniel Ibrahim might need to take a little chance here. And he's back to his... Ibrahim surveys that leg side field. Chris Cook runs in, bowls to Ibrahim, and Ibrahim is forward and eases that to mid-on. They think about a single. Sean Hunt is halfway down the wicket. And again, so we've had 9 dot balls here. Oh, no, there was one run off there, wasn't off the North East, so... anyway, they're making Daniel Ibrahim wait to score this 100. In comes Cook again, bowls, and Ibrahim plays onto the leg, and again there is no run. So we'll be Hampshire needing 18 more runs to beat Warwickshire. 127 for 8. Nick Gubbins leading them towards that win. He's on 45, a win that will condemn Warwickshire, the county champions, to relegation and playing Glamorgan and Sussex next season. Cook bowls, and Ibrahim is forward and plays it straight down the ground, and it is going to be another dot ball, so nearly a maiden over here. And having a little chuckle of themselves here, the Glamorgan players. I think they're quite enjoying this. It's got quite gloomy here. I'm sure the umpires won't bring them off for bad light. There's still lots of blue sky around, but it's what you get at this time of the year, isn't it? Comes Cook. Holds to Ibrahim, and Ibrahim eases that into the offside. They're going to go through for a single. The throw comes in. If it hits the stumps, Jordan will be run out. It does hit the stumps. Is he given out? No. It is 100 for Daniel Ibrahim, who holds his bat aloft. 100 for the 18-year-old, his highest score in first-class cricket. A maiden 100 and 194 balls in 221 minutes with 11 fours. Well done, Daniel Ibrahim. He'll be delighted. And what that does do is bring a conclusion to this match. The match is drawn with Sussex 554 for 8. The players shake hands. Not only is it the end of this match, it is the end of the 2022 cricket season here at the county ground at Hove. Handshakes all round. A day's cricket, which, to be fair to Glamorgan, at one stage they looked as if they may be going to force a victory here. They toiled away. Andrew Salter picking up 5 wickets. Well done, Glamorgan. I think they've been excellent in this game. They played really well, and they've been extremely sporting as well, and particularly with Alistair Orr and Tom Haynes with those 2 big scores. But the 2 sides will meet again next season in Division 2 of the County Championship, because Middlesex have been promoted alongside Nottinghamshire, and it looks very much as if Warwickshire will be replaced. Warwickshire and Gloucestershire will replace the 2 promoted sides, who are Middlesex and Nottinghamshire. Just remains me to thank Nick Webb. Nick, in sort of a minute, how would you assess the Glamorgan season?
It's been a good championship season, spoilt only by a couple of off sessions which have cost them promotion. So a strong improvement in the county championship as Michael Hogan leads Glamorgan off for the final time after 10 years of valiant service to his adopted county. And he will be sadly missed by Glamorgan supporters as he concludes this decade with the Welsh county. So Michael Hogan leading Glamorgan off, waves to the crowd, and best of luck to him in his future endeavours. Glamorgan, slight improvement in the T20, but not far enough. One Day Cup dropped off a bit, bad performances in the middle of the campaign. 4 out of 8 they finished with there. But overall, Glamorgan have finished with more victories than defeats across the 3 competitions. It's been a decent season, a little bit frustrating in terms of promotion in the county championship, but I'm sure that it's one that's given most Welsh followers some cause for hope looking forward to 2023. Thank you very much indeed to Adrian for hosting us. Nice to work with Chloe, thank you, and thank you to Edward, who's been my sterling companion for large parts of the summer.
Yes, indeed.
And thank you indeed to everyone, sorry Adrian, who's contacted us, who's listened, who's tweeted, read the reports, listened to the interviews, and so on.
I would absolutely, what's the word I'm looking for? Agree with that, Nick. Thank you to everybody who's been in touch. Lots of you email us, you tweet us, you get in touch. It makes the commentaries far more interesting when we natter about all sorts of things, cricket or non-cricket related. As far as Sussex are concerned, well, I think we all know it's been a difficult season at Hove. A good run in the One Day Cup, a bitterly disappointing T20 campaign, and in the Championship, well, they finished 1 place better than last year, second bottom, but improvements in the batting, but an important few months coming ahead in terms of recruitment for the bowling attack for next season, which will certainly need some bolstering if indeed Sussex are going to challenge it. Just remains for me to thank everybody here at Sussex, from Sam Wheeler, who is the face of Sussex cricket really, and all the people who work for Sam, the stewards who are always so welcoming when we come and park here every day. Thank you to them. Thank you as well.